Kenmore City Council is now in session pursuant to RCW 42.30.1111I. The City Council will now enter into an executive session to discuss pending and potential litigation. This executive session is slated to last 60 minutes until approximately 7 p.m. No action is expected. Kenmore City Council is coming out of executive session. Before we enter into regular session, the chair would entertain a motion to authorize the city attorney's office to extend the mobile home, what is MHC? Manufactured Housing Community, Growth Board appeal for 90 days for purposes of potential settlement.
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
I would. Would you kindly repeat the motion for the record?
To authorize the city attorney's office to extend the manufactured housing communities growth board appeal for 90 days for purposes of potential settlement.
Thank you. On that motion, Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
No.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes, the motion does carry.
All right. The Kenmore City Council is ending our executive session, exiting our special meeting and calling our regular meeting to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember File,
Present.
Councilmember Baker,
Present.
Councilmember Marshall,
Present.
Councilmember Kugler,
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Here.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
all present.
All right, now I'm going to read our land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtla, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the first peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Would you all please stand and join me in the flag salute?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Seeing no objections, the agenda is approved. Mr. City Manager, where's the fun?
Your Honor, I would like to turn the answer to the question over to Jennifer Gordon, our Public Works Operations Director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So on Friday night, we had our luminary walk from 4 to 7 here at City Hall. And then we had about a 0.8 mile long walk that went all the way down to North Shore Utility District, halfway around the Tolt Trail, and then back here to City Hall. We had food trucks, arts and crafts by Kenmore Heritage Society, and some entertainment from, we had several different groups come in. We had Kenmore Elementary, Kenmore's Youth Poet Laureate, and North Shore Middle School Choir. And then we also had the Inglemore Jazz Band. So it was, the rain held off. It was a little bit of sprinkles here and there, but we managed to get the event in before the big stormy, rainy, windy weather came. So it was really a fun event, and thanks everyone that came. Next up is the Kenmore Pop Shop. Oops, about that. Kenmore Pop Shops over at the hangar. We had 10 vendors with a range of different products, from hair scrunchies, crystals, jewelry, hats, scarves, photography cards, baskets handmade in Africa, chutneys, and Pakistani cookbook, cookies, and clothing. 4 of the 10 vendors were Kenmore businesses, and Kenmore vendors are given the Kenmore vendors are given 2 market dates if, if they are willing or want them. If you missed our pop shop this last weekend, you can find out more information about that on our website, and future pop shops will be on Fridays from 3 to 7 p.m. and Saturday noon to 4 through December 23rd.
Thank you very much. I know I had a great time at the Luminary Walk. And the pop shops are always fun, and I have those on my calendar. So it's a rotating group of vendors. You never know what you're going to see. Next up is public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We're going to hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our pre-registered virtual guests. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request when we call your name, and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start. We confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record, and keep your comments to the allotted time. We'll not split your time or reset your time except by express approval of the presenting officer. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. And if you are here to speak about either of the 2 public hearings that we have today, then this is not the time to do that. And I would encourage you to sign up for either the mid-biennial amendments or the remaining tier 2 tree regulations, and participate at that time. The meeting is being recorded. Thank you to everyone who is coming to express your views. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 7 guests wishing to speak on site. Jim Howard, Tracy Benishinsky, Bill, illegible last name, Bill L., Elizabeth Mooney, Carl Michaelman, Jeff Kism, and Chris Olson.
Good evening, council. My name's Jim Howard, resident of Kenmore, former planning commissioner, 2006, 2012, or 14, excuse me. I just want to kind of voice some frustration that I've been having. I've been in the past writing pretty lengthy emails to city council with, I think, pretty thoughtful comments. And I'm not one to generally get up and speak publicly, but I am tonight because I really feel like I've been given the cold shoulder by this city council. I may not agree with you on everything, but there's no debate with certain exceptions. I think Angela came over and visited me at my house, and we walked my neighborhood for middle housing. Really appreciated that. I offered to meet city council to walk 61st Avenue Northeast, and I'm a retired landscape architect. I know something about that type of work. I thought you might like my expertise. And no response. Nobody was interested in walking that project with me. And then I have to say I've attended 2 coffee with councils where nobody shows up. And I put in quite a bit of time in those emails that I've written, not to get a single response other than Councilmember Baker and Councilmember Kugler, and maybe a thank you from a different council member. I really feel frustrated. So I did provide you an email on the Plymouth Housing Project and also on the tree ordinance. And I'll give public comment during the tree ordinance. I would ask you, if you don't agree with my questions and comments on Plymouth Housing, to please just tell me why you don't agree with me. And I just think there needs to be a little more debate. I think sometimes people are a little too closed-minded, and it's frustrating. So thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Benishinsky and Bill Leak.
Tracy Bonashinsky, Kenmore. Honorable Mayor, Honorable Deputy Mayor, and Honorable Council members, I come before you tonight to express my support for the Plymouth Affordable Housing Development in Kenmore. I understand there will be a public hearing on the development agreement, of which I am also in support and will say so again during the hearing next week. I felt it important to come before you tonight to express my support for the housing development in light of some of the negative comments I heard from the public and from some council members on the dais last week. I was disturbed by the picture some painted of unsheltered individuals as dangerous, potentially drug-addicted ne'er-do-wells who could only possibly bring trouble and crime to Kenmore. I was disturbed to hear income and someone's current state of shelter being used as a proxy for one's deservingness. Some seem to suggest that people making 30% AMI deserved housing, but only if they were not already homeless. Some seem to suggest that if they were already homeless, they deserved nothing at all. I was so sad and disheartened by these comments. I believe that everyone has inherent worth and dignity, that a snapshot of one's life circumstances in one moment in time cannot possibly tell the whole story, that we are stronger together and that we need each other. I believe that our community is stronger when we do not all look the same and do not all bring the same life experiences to the table. I believe that there is space in our community for people of all means, and I applaud the City of Kenmore for the vision, commitment, and investment it has taken to get the Plymouth Affordable Housing Project to this point. I believe you will do the right, compassionate thing in moving forward with this project. Please know that you have my support in doing so. Thank you so much for your time and for your leadership. I appreciate each one of you.
Bill?
Good evening, council. Most of you know I'm about a 35-year resident in this neighborhood. My career has been around construction, all kinds, 45 years. I've been really pleased with the direction that this town has been going in the last 10 or 15 years, but I am disappointed with what we intend to do with the view in front of the library. It goes beyond that, but I'm really surprised at how this has evolved, especially in terms of what I was reading before in terms of the makeup of the residents. But be that as it may, I suspect that the council probably has a majority vote in which direction they're going to go. It's not that I'm not sympathetic to the world. I've lived overseas. I've seen poverty. I understand it. But given everything that we've tried to do in the last 20 years for Kenmore, I think the use of that site is misguided. I think there is a place for those residents in Kenmore, but I don't think that's the site to do it. And if I was the occupant of the building right behind it, you're taking away $1 million view. I mean, that could be an elevated park there in front of the library that everybody could enjoy. So that's just my 2 bits. I'm not on board with it.
Thank you, Mr. Leek. Elizabeth Mooney, Carl Michaelman, Jeff Kism, and Chris Olson.
Hi, Elizabeth Mooney, resident of Kenmore since 1995 and friend of Bill Leek, Jim Howard, and Tracy Bonazinski. I'm fortunate to have all those friends, and I respect all their opinions. I want to take you back to Dennis DePape and Clyde Merriweather, who were here maybe before some of the folks that spoke. We had a request for Tent City way back, and I came in supporting what Dennis DePape suggested along with Clyde Merriweather. It was a fight. Our church had Tent City. So just like Bill was saying, I'm not against taking care of less fortunate, but I agree with him wholeheartedly that that site is not the right place for the project that just last week got changed from what I had heard during COVID times had to do with low income, kind of like my grandma would live there. Maybe the people from the mobile home could live there. My friend in Choir who lives in Lake City might be able to live there. I don't know what happened. But last week's council meeting was so fraught with highs and lows that I called every single one of you, except Deborah Zrebnik. I didn't know that you were back in town. I would have called you. I want you to stall this so that the Kenmore Quarterly tells everything about the updates to the Plymouth project. Beforehand, when I came in talking about Plymouth project, I thought it was going to be bad, that maybe grandma was going to be living in the asphalt emissions. But this isn't even our grandmas or our friends who might get displaced, who don't even have enough money right now to pay for the increase in the rents that Stacey Valenzuela has talked about multiple times. You get the same people coming to public comment all the time, but what is not happening, and I polled a few people today, people don't know what's happening at Plymouth. A 6-story building with 100 people that we don't even have a say in bringing in. Anyway, the point is, Jim Howard went to a lot of trouble and he has expertise in building. And please use his expertise. I came here because he was here at the Lumiere and I had a chance to catch up on his extensive emails that he sent to you. And now I'm finally trickling it out to some more people. I feel bad because my friend Tracy Bonazinski, who's been on the Planning Commission, has been supporting it. And John Culver came in last week and said, hey, everybody keep your calm down. So I think there should be a big block to forward progress. Please do not vote on it next week and get together a big meeting to give people like Mazers, everybody, Steve Caldwell, does he know? I'm just saying, we need full disclosure for a significant impact.
Thank you. Mr. Michaelman?
Deborah Zrebnik. May I? There we go. Anybody else want to change name tags up? We can do that. Sorry.
Thank you, Carl.
You're welcome. Hi, all. I'm Carl Michaelman. I'm a business owner. I live in Briar. I am a non-resident according to Karina File. But I kind of want to talk about a lot of things. What Jim just brought up is pretty much standard with this council. You don't even give him the respect of all the time that he puts in. And you don't give people respect, you don't listen. Okay? And what's happening with this Plymouth housing, you guys put some hard work into it. So I'm not going to discount that. But what I'm going to discount, we got bait and switch. It was supposed to be for senior citizens, low income, and vets. And it was supposed to be taking care of our own. That's not happening. And if you guys go ahead and vote for that, I think that Kenmore will be ruined. It's not that I'm being cold with the homeless and everything, but you have to look at some. You keep going ahead and talk about, you put economic development down here. You put affordable housing up here, okay? They have to be neck and neck to offset taxes. And what we're giving with this situation is a lot of money, a lot of property. And what's happening is that wasn't the deal. This is a deal breaker. You have to understand this will bring property values down. This will not bring developers in there. It's just like when we had this thing on 181st with community business. You had a group, they looked at it. What happened was they said, hey, you got to have 45 feet to build. Okay? Council went ahead and brought 35 feet. 181st is still the same. Nothing happened to that place because it didn't pencil out. But I guarantee you that developers will not come here if this happens. But it was bait and switch. On the other hand, there was a question with Nigel that Dawn asked all of you, is there any conflict in there? And Nigel, I still think there is. And the simple reason is, if this goes through, this goes on your resume, okay? No, it does go on your resume. If you decide you wanted to go somewhere, I guarantee you, this will go on your resume. And with that, there's a conflict because it will go ahead and make him either make more money or get a better job, okay? And then, like I said, I think the thing is, I've asked you multiple times to open your ears and to listen. There is no partnership. You all say partnership. There's a gentleman right there who has the knowledge No partnership. You don't even give them the respect to get back to them. I've talked to you about the tree ordinance, bring in partners, talk about your exposures. You don't do that. You just make a decision. Lastly, this council is not qualified to make a decision on this financially. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, and followed by Chris Olson.
Good evening all. Jeff Chisholm, 40-plus year resident, long before the city existed. I got my Kenmore Quarterly last week. Thanks for sending that around. I noticed that you're putting together a financial sustainability task force because the revenue are not keeping up with expenses. Boy, I feel you. I feel you. My surface water management fees are up 20% this year, another 20% until they more than double. I got a license tab fee of $40, City of Kenmore. Yeah, my expenses are not keeping up with my revenues. I feel you. So it's a good thing that affordable housing is not one of the priorities of the city council, because otherwise I assume you do something about all the taxes that are being dumped on the citizens. So I have 3 suggestions for you. You've already maxed out the taxes. Every tax that you can increase, all the revenue you banked, you've maxed it out from my understanding. If not, I expect they'll be passed next week. So you need to start living within your means. That's my first suggestion. And you don't need a task force to do that. You do what everybody else in real life 101 who doesn't work for the government does. You cut your expenses. And you don't need a task force to manage your budget. That's what you're here for as elected officials. You can stick to your core city governmental functions. Your core governmental functions basically are public safety, police, land management, roads and parks. From what I can tell, we had managed all of those things for the first 40 years I lived here without any trouble. We had surpluses, we had bank tax availability. But what you can't do is save the world. You can sure throw money at it, but you can't solve climate change, diversity, equity, and inclusion, or throw $5 to $6 million of the city's money to solve Seattle's homeless problem and still make your budget balance. That doesn't work. So if you're gonna have a task force, let me recommend that you select real world experienced individuals, get some real diversity of opinion, get some real inclusion of other views, and don't just use it as political cover, listen to them. Finally, transparency. Every one of you and everyone who's ever run for the city council has run on transparency. That's the first thing. They're going to be transparent. Well, in here, I see no mention of the fact that the city next Monday is going to approve a building that was initially sold to all of us as veterans and senior housing and is now going to house 100+ people of Seattle's homeless. Nothing I've seen in the city's documents show that. I had to read it on Kenmore Facebook. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chisholm. Chris Olson?
Good evening, council. I'm Chris Olson, resident of Kenmore, live on 62nd. Here to talk about Plymouth and also the Habitat for Humanity housing proposal. I just wanted to say I'm really happy to see in the Habitat for Humanity proposal some family housing, low-income family housing. I think that's really important and not something that gets addressed enough. Overall, like the plans when I looked at it, one critique I have is there's no potential for a future connection through north up to 182nd, I believe, or 183rd. And just leaving that option open, I think would be an important thing for route directness. Right now, if you're going to be in that new development to the north of the Habitat for Humanity housing, you would need to walk about 2,100 feet to get to the Safeway, a little less than a half mile. If there was a direct through route, that'd be closer to about 1,200 feet. 1,100 to 1,200 feet. So we're talking 15-minute walk versus a 7 to 8 minute walk to get to the grocery store. My suspicion is you're going to have more people driving if that isn't an option. I support the Plymouth housing development. regardless of whether it is for homeless or low income. Both people need help. Permanent supportive housing is important. And frankly, I see homeless people in Kenmore already. I see homeless people living in cars already. I already see crime taking place in places like the Safeway parking lot. And hiding from that and pretending it doesn't exist doesn't make the problem go away. I don't think that this project will be a panacea. I don't think it's going to be a solution in and of itself. I do think that it might block the library view. But I also think that cities are growing and changing places, and we should not be locking a site like that away from supporting and helping people and let perfect be the enemy of the good. When we do that, nothing happens, as Michaelman pointed out, and I agree with that. I personally think that that lot height should have been 45 feet because it doesn't pencil, for instance. But in this instance, I think this makes sense. Thank you.
Mayor Herbeck, this completes our on-site guest list. Can we move on to virtual?
Yes.
We have a few residents or guests wishing to speak. We'll hear from them in this order. Stacy Valenzuela, followed by Lori Sperry, Heidi Shepard, Jim Myers, Eli Wren, and Liana Wren. Stacy Valenzuela, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. I'm going to read from a letter that I received September 28th from Representative Alex Ramo. Last year, we made a push for the rent stabilization to protect tenants from drastic and unsustainable rent increases. I was disappointed that rent stabilization fell short. Since then, we have continued to see excess rent increases, and the outlook for statewide renter protections has reminded me why we must take action. I've heard from residents of manufactured home parks who are experiencing housing instability because of ballooning rents and the sale of their parks. Outside of our community, an investigation has revealed a growing threat of displacement as investors purchase and centralize these communities. Some of our neighbors even shared 50% rent increases in situations where landlords fail to meet basic maintenance obligations. Ultimately, this makes one of the most affordable forms of housing less and less accessible and can force individuals into homelessness. I was recently in a meeting where some independent rental property owners, we discussed the escalating cost of renting in Washington. They, like me, were astounded at the exorbitant rent increases that some folks were experiencing. While some landlords engaged in price gouging behavior and failed to provide stable and affordable housing, many other rental units were trying to do right by their tenants by keeping rental increases modest for existing tenants. Like their tenants, they were being harmed by the very same rental companies that have directly contributed this crisis and hard for the small property owners to compete. We now have a clear understanding of how these companies manipulated the market and caused our rental crisis. Tools were used to help landlords set prices. The key takeaway is that this tool allegedly inflated prices artificially and even encouraged landlords to let their units go vacant to escalate the market. We know that for every 100 rent increases, homelessness rates go up by 9% in our area. This is very important. You can support us with rent stabilization and Bill 1389, 5435, 5697, the tax exempt programs, as well as the 1 to 3% infrastructure loans. This is happening in Kenmore. Thankfully, Kenmore renters protections helped and delayed it, but not only did our senior community get purchased by a California corporate investor that increased our lot rents by $200, this has been happening to the other senior park annually for years. Some of my neighbors are feeling the pressure and threats. Ours is being threatened with water shutoff and condemnation of our park. What can you do to help?
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Lori Sperry.
Thank you. Lori Sperry, City of Kenmore. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak virtually. Last week, I learned a lot about the Plymouth Housing permanent homeless project. And I got the impression that some of the answers may have surprised the council. And I was pretty shocked at the lack of control over this project. And it seemed like every time council asked a question, which the questions were very good, I appreciated the opportunity to learn about this before it's approved. And I think what really struck me the most was how little direct benefit this is to Kenmore people who are experiencing homelessness right here. And how much the city is investing in this in terms of $5 million when you include both the 3.2 million cash plus the value of the land, obviously the loss of key piece of real estate that I was on council when we purchased it, and it was basically a placeholder with the idea of potential connection to a future lake point. It's obviously prime commercial property, and so there's quite a lost opportunity in that. But when Plymouth Housing said that they will not even know what demographic that they will be able to serve until their vouchers are approved by King County, that was very shocking to me. And I found out, and I appreciate the housing manager, Tamby, giving us the answer, that those vouchers will not even be approved until March. So if council were to go ahead and approve this next week, they would literally be handing King County Housing Authority a blank check to put whomever they want in there. And the citizens would have to bear any negative consequences of it. And we would have absolutely no control. And finally, I recognize that there was quite a process about disclosing conflicts of interest, that kind of thing. But with a quasi-judicial process like this, appearance of a fair process is very important. And I would like to respectfully request that Mayor Nigel Herbig excuse himself from this vote, recuse himself, excuse me, because I don't see how, with King County having their fingerprints all over this project and that he can be neutral with his day job being governmental relations for this King County coalition and homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Shepherd.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Herberg and Deputy Mayor and council members. My name is Heidi Shepherd, Board President of the North Urban Human Services Alliance and a resident of Shoreline. I'm here to speak in support of your workforce housing initiative that you'll be discussing in the coming weeks, involving Imagine Housing, HopeLink, and Habitat, all seasoned, effective partners. This reminds me of our project that has been running for many years in Ronald Commons in North Seattle, where we have Compass Housing working with the city of Shoreline and also with HopeLink. By including services as well as affordable housing, you eliminate many of the issues that cause great financial and emotional stress to families and individuals, whether they are veterans, those with disabilities, or the families that are financially strapped that were actually mentioned earlier this evening. The partnerships are an effective way to bring housing and to secure financial stability so that all members of your community can flourish. So I thank you for your consideration of this housing project for workforce housing as you consider it in the next few weeks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Myers.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, good evening, council. My name is Jim Myers. I'm a resident of Kenmore. This is a tough one. I've heard from a lot of people I know who have very a broad spectrum of opinions, and personally, it's hard for me. I won't call it. It's not. It's hard for me to separate truth from misunderstanding, from all sorts of other things. And I guess I was thinking back to the tree ordinance, and we got flyers and all this information. And I think it's important because I know that we usually circle around here, a very small group of citizens who respond to a lot of issues in Kenmore, and from time to time we gather a large group. And I think this is probably one of the things that's best dealt with before the council moves forward. And I think with all the comments brought forward, my suggestion here would be to compile the sort of FAQs about this development and send that out to the voters so they understand exactly what's going on. I think something of this magnitude deserves that kind of broad that kind of broadcast of information out to the populace, so that they can understand, and then you have their backing when you move forward. You can understand what the populace thinks. I think there have been a lot of good points made, and I do understand that Kenmore can't solve the problems of the world, but the only way we solve the problems of the world is we start in our own homes, and then we move to our communities, and then we move out broader and broader. And we all have to take that first step for this and many issues. And we need to do that together as a community as best we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Eli Wren? Eli Wren, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Yes, so first time attending a Kenmore City Council meeting. Thank you for having me. I really object to both the location of this project and the way it's being kind of fly by night, proposed. Like last night was the first I ever heard of it. I saw a post on Facebook. There were numerous flyers and stuff about speed bumps on our street, and this is the first I've heard about it from a Facebook post. Like, this is a 60-foot structure in the middle of downtown next to the library, prime real estate. It violates so many zoning ordinances that you guys put in place for good reason. And then suddenly it's like a pet project that, the rules don't apply. I feel like it's just like a wart in the middle of the city. And especially now that I'm hearing more stuff during this meeting about, King County housing, we don't know what's going to go in there. Chances are it's going to be a bunch of homeless people shipped up from Seattle. Having lived in Seattle, having lived in the Central District, I've seen homelessness and I've seen property crime. I've seen violent crime. Mental health and addiction are common with homeless populations. And it's nothing against homeless people. There are lots of lovely people who are homeless and they deserve an opportunity. But putting that right next to the library and the splash park where kids are going to be playing, it's not a good location in the middle of our quaint little town. Find another location for something like that and be more upfront about what it is that this is going to be. Publicize this in the Kenmore Quarterly. Take time to establish, more community input before you make a rush decision on a major project like this in the middle of our city. Don't go forward with this yet. At least give it some time. Thank you.
Could we get your city of residence for the record, please?
Oh, yes. I live in Kenmore and I also own a business in Kenmore.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Liana Wren? Leanna Wren, can you hear us?
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Hey, my name's Leanna Wren. I'm a resident of Kenmore. I also own a business less than a mile from the proposed site of the housing project that I'm actually here to oppose. My biggest issue with it is the scale of the project relative to the immediate location and our community. I think it's a really poor choice of location for a NOPE area project just in the middle of our town core. You know, like Eli said, Eli's my husband. He just spoke too. We lived in Seattle for a long time. I've lived in a lot of big cities. I have 2 small children. When we used to take them for walks, you know, they would pick up the random hypodermic needle. There's a reason we moved out of Seattle and moved to Kenmore. There's a reason that I brought my business to Kenmore. And my concern with this housing project is that, you know, you're placing it right in the middle of where families like to bring their children, to the library, to the splash pad, to the hangar. You know, when we go to the farmer's market, we're going to be kind of traipsing right through there. And we're looking at putting a building there that we're going to provide all of these exceptions to code. You know, it's going to be a big, ugly building. The only security that's going to be provided by the you know, the company that's doing the housing project, the security is only inside the building. So as soon as they come out, you know, it's kind of up to the community for whatever, you know, increase in crime or population issues or parking. And honestly, Kenmore just doesn't have the resources to absorb all of that. And especially you're going to put it right in the middle where people and families, they want to, you know, we have this huge problem in our society. We need community. We need places that are safe, that are friendly to go, to bring our kids, to bring our families, to meet other people. And we're going to be shoehorning, you know, people that I've actually moved away from Seattle to get away from. Like, I just want to live in a nice neighborhood. Why do we have to put it right in the middle of everything? So I think it's going to compromise the community safety, health, accessibility. I also just want to say that I do support the delay of a decision on this project. I don't think enough people are aware of the changes that have been proposed, and people in the community need some time to catch up. Also, I actually bicycle commute on the Burke Gilman Trail, and I already deal with the homeless issues that we're having trouble, you know, just in the commute. So anyway, thanks for your time, guys. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Mayor Herberg, that concludes our speakers list.
All right. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second from Councilmember Baker. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. First item on the business agenda, approval of affordable housing development proposal RFP number 23-C2969 with Imagine Housing, presented by Housing and Human Services Manager Tamby Cork and Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash. And guests, sorry.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Deputy Mayor and members of the council. We're so delighted to be here tonight to present this spectacular partnership that you will learn about, and to introduce what's being called the approach at Kenmore. So you can see an image on the screen of what the project proposal is. So before we get started, I just want to introduce the people who are here tonight, the guests that we have. We have Yi Zhao, the Executive Director of Imagine Housing, and Troy Draws, the Director of Real Estate Development at Imagine Housing. So Imagine Housing is one of the partners. And then another partner is HopeLink. We have Megan Altamore, who's the Vice President of Community Services and Operational Excellence for HopeLink. And then the third spectacular partner is Habitat for Humanity, and we have Rebecca Wold, Director of Real Estate Partnerships for Habitat for Humanity. And then we also have with us other amazing partners, because these kinds of projects like this take so many partners. We have Mike Rooney from Rooney Partners, he's managing partner there, Molly Mahan, principal at WG Clark Construction, and also John Woodworth, the managing principal at SMR Architects. You can see SMR Architects came up with the renderings. So we're here tonight to present a proposal that was from the RFP, and based on your direction, we'll go into some details about it. Wanted you to meet the partners, and then also we'll be looking for some direction to proceed with what will probably be years of rounds of funding and a lot of pieces. It's a very complex and exciting and spectacular project. So here is the proposal. And I know that Mayor Herbig was gobsmacked last year when we talked about the project, and I'm hoping that you'll be equally excited about this one. It is 152 units of affordable housing, and it's that three-way partnership we've talked about with Imagine Housing, Habitat, and HopeLink. Has 20 affordable ownership units, and these are for those at 80% AMI. So affordable ownership, which we have talked about in this council many times as a key to really developing financial stability in families. And we think that's really, really important. 132 affordable rental units, half at 50% AMI and half at 60% AMI is the proposal. And that's Imagine Housing is the lead on that piece of it. And then 7,000 square feet of commercial space for community services. And that's bringing HopeLink into Kenmore with a brick and mortar space. Really excited about that. And then just a few more details, family-focused housing, which is something we've talked about, this council has wanted, and this delivers. There are a mix of studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom units, and 20% of the units are 3 bedrooms. So this is workforce housing that will provide housing for families and larger families. And as we know, it's a walkable site with really great access, not only to transit and all of the amenities of downtown, but directly across the street from Safeway. And the total project estimated cost is $103 million. This is a big project and a very, very innovative and fascinating proposal. Lots of financing details and a property payment of $1.5 million to the city. If you recall, the city purchased this property for $3.2 million back in September of last year. And so this proposal also includes a $1.5 million back to the city to repay some of the costs that we incurred in purchasing it. So I'm just really thrilled that we're all here tonight. A lot of work, a lot of time has gone in to get us to this point. So I'll turn it over to Tambi to say some more. But before I do, I just want to share with you on the bottom, we also have Arch as their logo, and they are key. They're not at the table tonight with us, but they have been part of this process from the very beginning. They always are when we talk about affordable housing in Kenmore, and that's a regional coalition for housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good evening, Council. So just a reminder that this project is really a culmination of many, many years of work and leadership by all of you. It's really started in 2021 with the setting of affordable housing as your #1 priority for that biennium, and that will returning to that your #1 priority for 2024. So this was at your direction and with a lot of guidance for your and from your leadership that we're responding with this type of project to maintain and increase and preserve affordable housing within Kenmore. And just a reminder also about how we came to be the owners of this property. This was something that we acquired from a private seller a few years ago after it had been vacant for many, many years. I think the entire history of the city's being a city. And so that was kind of the strategy that the city manager and staff had at the time to develop this to acquire this property. And so just a reminder of the funding sources and how we got here to be the property owners of the whole property, just a few doors down from here. And then before I turn it over to our amazing partners, I just want to talk us through a little bit about how we got here in terms of this proposal. So at your direction, we created an RFP that was released in August of 2023. And there were some key priorities in that RFP. It was home ownership, it was family-sized units, community or commercial space that had a public benefit, and that it had 150 plus units. And we were so pleased to see this proposal came in with every single one of those items. And it's really unique, it's innovative. We're not sure it's actually been done before in terms of how this is uniting 3 partners for home ownership, rental, affordable rental, and a public benefit community organization. And so we were just so thrilled to receive and select this proposal and bring here tonight for you to meet all of these partners. And before I turn it over to Imagine, they will be the lead agency. And I was telling them this afternoon, I really feel like I've been selected onto a dream team of affordable housing and community service providers. These are really leading agencies and leading leaders in these spheres. And it's going to be really exciting to work with them. And so with that, I will turn it over to E. To talk about.
I did. There we go. So I really want to say, when we were looking at the proposal, I just want to commend the city for being both ambitious and bold. To Tammy's point, this is going to be one of the first where we're going to be co-locating both rentals and ownerships. As we were kind of going through this, one of the things that I really wanted to focus on was how can this be kind of almost the envy of other cities, to kind of show the fact that, you know, Kenmore is not the largest city in King County, but it is doing great things. And that's what this project really represents. So I'm super excited to be able to turn it over to kind of all of our partners here to talk about how we got here, to talk about kind of all the different pieces of it. But I really just want to say that this was a very ambitious, very going bold on this, and it's really appreciated and much needed in our communities. So, Troy?
My name is Troy Draws. I'm the Director of Real Estate Development for Imagine Housing. It is an honor to be here before you tonight to talk about this exciting project. I'd like to echo what E has said in that it is very refreshing to see a jurisdiction be very serious about affordable housing and take actions as you have with the RFPs and being very specific in those. You don't see that a lot, and I want to commend each and every one of you for doing that. And your enthusiasm for addressing the issue is very, as I would say, infectious. Your staff every day lives it, and we just get excited to interact with your staff. So we're really excited about this project. The project is a unique collaboration. We have partners that have all worked together in different projects and over the years. And I think, as Stephanie probably said, or maybe it was Tamby, this is the first time we're uniting all 3 of the ownership partners, even though we've all worked together collectively in different capacities, including our architecture team and our construction team. So that's really exciting for us because there's a familiarity and successful projects in the past, and we're really excited to bring that collaboration to the city of Kenmore to do this project. As you saw earlier, it's 152 units, includes home ownership as well as rental housing, as well as community services, which you'll hear from our other partners a little bit later in the presentation. And, but the one thing that we talked to staff that is important to recognize is we see the city of Kenmore as the remaining partner. I mean, you really will be partnering with us. We're not just coming to you for approvals for entitlements or whatnot. You're going to be fully vested in the process with us as we go to the public funders and explain to them how important that this project is for the community and get them as excited as we all are on our side. And I think that'll happen just because, like I said, the enthusiasm is infectious. So before you see, we can go back to the, sorry about that. Just to give you a quick overview, Imagine Housing will serve as kind of the hub organization to make sure that all the partners are going in the same direction. I will On the flip side of that, just let you know that one of our top priorities is to make sure that all of our partners are treated equally and that we have an open forum about everything that we're working on. It's really more of a logistics issue to make sure that we get there on the timeframe that we've said, and that we deal with any challenges that come up, which there always are on projects that you have to work through, that we work through those together. And again, the city of Kenmore will be an integral partner in that process. We can go to the next slide. Thanks, Tim. And just a little bit about Imagine Housing. We were formed in 1987. We came from very humble beginnings of a small 14-unit project that was originally created by St. Andrew's Housing Group, which was a spinoff from St. Andrew's Lutheran Church in Bellevue. And if you fast forward to today, we now have 15 properties with our 16th under construction in Bothell that'll open next year. And then hopefully this one will be the next one behind that. But we serve over 1,500 residents in the Eastside communities that we serve. And we're really excited to take a much bigger presence here in the city of Kenmore. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Megan Altamore from HopeLink, and she can talk a little bit about the HopeLink component of our project.
Thank you so much, Troy, and council members and mayor. Thank you for having us here tonight. We're so excited about the opportunity to partner with Imagine and Habitat in the city of Kenmore. We are currently located in our service center in Kirkland that serves Kenmore, Bothell, Woodinville, and Kirkland. We have a 5-year timeline to exit that space. And so we've been on the hunt. And when E called, it just seemed like such a perfect situation. We were born in 1971, just up the road here from here in Bothell, and have expanded over those years, but are still really committed to the work that we do here in North King County and for the families who don't have enough to meet their basic needs. And so in this location, we will be able to have a food market to serve the residents, as well as all of the other services that we provide. So financial assistance, case management, employment, English language services for people seeking employment. There are all sorts of community partnerships that we're looking forward to being able to expand. And of course, as you know, we have Kenmore Place just down the road from here, where we have been with the city of Kenmore since 1986. So being able to have our services even closer to those residents is really exciting for us as well. We're committed to being able to have as accessible services as we possibly can and have that in a really efficient way and have it be adaptive to the needs of the community and to listen to the residents and to the community members here who are really invested in what their neighbors need. And so we're excited about this opportunity and to be able to have a permanent home up here in Kenmore. So with that, I'm going to pass this to Rebecca with Habitat for Humanity.
Okay. Council, thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Rebecca Wold. I'm the Director of Real Estate Partnerships at Habitat for Humanity, Seattle, King, and Kittitas counties. We're also very excited to be here and be part of this project. Habitat is 1 year older than Imagine Housing, I just learned tonight. So I think HopeLink takes the cake on that one, on age. We serve households between 30 and 80% of AMI. And in King County, that means, depending on size of household, roughly 60,000 a year up to 100,000 a year. We serve individuals and families, and we're looking for ways to increase that outreach and particularly to expand our impact on the East Side. And this kind of project is a great way to do that because this is a way for us to partner with other developers with collaborative expertise. And in this way, we can increase the number of homes that we can provide to the city of Kenmore and to local residents here. And in this project, we hope to provide 20 of those. That will be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes. We have a vision for this space that I think is in line with what the council and the community have expressed as priorities. And we're just excited to be part of this. So thank you for having us.
Next, we'll hear from our development consultants, Marini Partners, just to talk about how they help us through the whole process.
Hi, good evening. Mike Rooney, Rooney Partners, and want to thank you all for having us in tonight. And we've had the pleasure of working with Imagine Housing for a number of years as a development partner. And when the opportunity here in Kenmore came up, we were very excited. I've spent the last 15 years in affordable housing. The a few years in my own firm and previously as the executive director of Mount Baker Housing. And the Approach at Kenmore project is something we're very excited about. It is an innovative project, as you've heard tonight. I don't want to overdo some of the things that have already been said, but co-locating the three different components in such a centrally located location in the city of Kenmore is very exciting. And I don't want to monopolize the time. We had a lot of folks to chat. So just want to thank everybody and let you know that we're excited to be on this as project manager, finance consultant, and development consultant on the project.
And next we have Molly Mayhem from WG Clark Construction Company.
Hi, thanks for having us here tonight. Like everyone else, very excited to be on the team. WG Clark is a local construction company. All of our work is 100% focused here in the Pacific Northwest. And we've also had the pleasure of working with these team members in the past. Very thrilled about this project opportunity. Our main role in the project will be to help shepherd the construction budget through pre-construction, and then also to make sure that during construction, this project is safe for the workers on site and safe for the surrounding community as well, and to deliver a high quality project that will be long lasting and a positive element in this community for years to come. So very excited to be here and really looking forward to the project. Thanks.
Next, we have John Woodworth from SMR Architects. He's going to talk about SMR and then some of the project inspirations that we utilize to come up with our proposal.
Yeah, thanks, Troy. Yes, I'm John Woodworth, the managing member of SMR Architects. SMR Architects is a firm that does residential housing, multifamily. The majority of it, probably 90% of our work is affordable housing. I've been doing affordable housing there at SMR for 30 years now. We're not quite as old as Molly's firm at 46 years, but we've been around for quite a while. We have designed housing all throughout the Washington State area. And we've, as I said before, worked with everybody here at the table. Very excited. And I think one of my first projects was with St. Andrews Housing Group way back in the day. So we, as part of the process, were asked to put together a project. Very exciting. Short timeline. RFPs are always fun. Fortunately, as a team, we had met before to do this before once, and we're really gelled and excited to do the project. I was supported by a team of 5 architects and interns in my office, as well as a couple consultants that have been listed. So we were kind of taking inspirations from the site. We love the fact that it's walkable, it's near a grocery store, no one can say it's in a food desert. We love the fact there's transportation in the lake right nearby, and Troy kept on hammering us that the planes kept on flying over the project while we were there. So we have to do something with planes. So we tried to get planes in the rendering, and we like to kind of think of our roof forms are going to start to look like airplane wings. We're hoping the space has beautiful areas for families. It's got a great program between 1 and 3 bedrooms with affordable home ownership. We don't get to do a lot of that. That's a funding source that is not great. Not a great amount of it. Obviously, a lot of it goes to rentals. And very excited to have HopeLink in as well. It's a great partnership. We kind of really look forward to developing these 3 different programs together and making it fit right on the site, probably as well as this building here fits on the site. Kind of create that nice passageway down the street. We hope that everybody gets to have a view out of this building, one direction or the other. We think it's going to be fantastic. So we're working on some rooftop decks. These are some images from projects that either ourselves or Imagine or WG Clark has created in the past. Or of the outdoor spaces we intend on having, like a large courtyard in the center of the project for people to gather. It'll be able to be accessed by Imagine Services, by HopeLink, by the residents at the home ownership pieces. And this would be some of those spaces that would kind of get the feeling of how that was done. We did the project over there on the lower left for HopeLink. The project up here on the upper right was for 12th Avenue Arts to kind of really invigorate the street front. So good. And lower middle project is Plaza Roberto Maestas, where we have a very large courtyard. We have a lot of activities that are held there all the time. This is a project, my most recent project with Imagine Housing. It's Velocity at Kirkland Heights. Thank you. Great project. It was also in collaboration with WG Clark. A similar project to this, where we actually had a market rate and it's affordable on a common podium with a little bit of commercial. Pretty exciting to work through. Large roof deck. It contains the entire roof on this project with very nice facilities for the affordable housing piece. Just to give you like a little layout of how we made it, we've got the affordable housing kind of in a 7-shaped building. We've pulled home ownership and HopeLink out as a separate piece. Going to kind of create a little bit of a smaller jewel box there that can sit up top and have access kind of out the different sides. And then we'll have a great courtyard in the middle. Everyone always asks us about parking, so we kind of threw in a parking slide. Have over 100 parking spaces planned for the project. I would like to say the project obviously is not fully designed. It may look it, and we hope it looks believable, but we've tried to create a very realistic project kind of, and we tend to be a very conservative firm. We want to make sure everything works, but we have a long road to go with all of your city departments and working with you. And we're already starting to get our weekly calls set up. That's going to be a lot of fun, but again, feel free to ask any questions of me later if you want. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, everyone. All the partners, we're so happy that you're here. We do have some motions for consideration, but before that, I wonder if there's any questions that folks might have.
Questions? Councilmember Shrupnik.
I have lots of questions. But yeah, to other people, well, you called on me. Okay. Well, I first want to say I love this project. Affordable home ownership in the mix is fantastic, family focus. It's great. And truly, I totally agree with Tambi's assessment, a dream team. I mean, this is a great partnership, very experienced. So HopeLink, I've been advocating and wanting, and I think several of us have, to have HopeLink have a presence in Kenmore for many years. So this is fantastic. I just want to confirm, and I think I read it in the proposal that the services would be open to the public, not just the residents. Is that? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And another thing I just wanted to confirm, because I think I heard something different than what I saw in the proposal. The parking, I saw the ratio as 0.48 to 1, but then I heard over 100 parking spots. It's only 152 units. So what is the ratio there per unit?
I may have miscounted. Counting the stalls right before that. Also has stalls as well.
I guess I will just express, I would have concerns with going much below, frankly, much below 1 to 1. You know, when we look at the tools that are out there that the county provides in terms of how much parking is justified, even when you're close to transit in our current transit environment, it's hard to justify less than that. You know, I think we've seen kind of what happens when we go too much below. So I just want to express some concerns with that. And I know that there will be differing opinions on that. And I know that parking is incredibly expensive. So I get the tension there, but I just want to put that out there. Ground floor, I think we were thinking of something, and maybe it's there and I just didn't understand it, that activated the ground floor open to the public. Is there opportunity or space on that ground floor for additional uses other than HopeLink? I love HopeLink, but it wasn't exactly what I think we were envisioning, maybe for at least a portion of that ground floor.
Well, we had a lot of the services from Imagine Housing there, and which also could contain community spaces as well as HopeLink.
Okay.
We're already putting a lot of stuff on the site, and I think my partners are probably still exploring that.
Okay,
what
yeah,
could
I mean,
be
I think
there.
we've been talking about, Boys and Girls Club or, I mean, and this relates to my next question, which I think in the proposal talked about estimating of estimates of like, over 100 kids, 126 kids, I think was the estimate. And it, made a statement of lots of amenities for them. And I was just curious if you could articulate what those amenities are.
I mean, we'll often do, obviously outdoor recreation areas.
Just sort of open space. Yeah,
Play
okay.
structures, interior, crafts rooms, then multiple meeting rooms in different areas. You've got
Okay.
areas for learning. The Velocity Project, there's kind of an after-school program that runs up top, which is kind of great view.
Gotcha.
Program.
Okay,
I
that's,
just want to say,
yeah.
Mike was reminding me that I think we were at 0.7 on the parking ratio for the residential end.
Oh, okay. I must have misread that 0.48. Okay. That's really helpful in terms of understanding the amenities a little better. And then given the public comments tonight about an entirely separate project, I don't know whether you were here to hear some of that. So can you speak a little bit about the anticipated mix of folks that are envisioned for this project and kind of what the public engagement process might be like? In particular, the mix of homeless versus not homeless, or not, I should say formerly homeless, people coming out of homelessness. I know Imagine Housing, serves a pretty broad spectrum of folks, and I don't know whether there's any a priori thoughts on what the housing mix would be. Is it for kind of first comers, or how does that work?
You could let Troy answer that one.
Yeah, thanks. So we would classify this as workforce housing. So we see this as kind of the middle of that spectrum that you were mentioning, which yes, we do the full spectrum. But it was very clear to us that this project really needed to be focused on families in the workforce. So that's kind of the 50 to 60% AMI, which is also called out in the RFP as kind of one of the priorities. But then you also reach into a little bit higher than that, as our friends at Habitat provide the affordable but for sale housing element of the project. So we would classify this as kind of creeping towards the higher end of the affordability spectrum. It actually goes all the way up to, in some cases, 120% of the area median income, which it's in the King County area is actually 146,500, I believe. So we're kind of in that $70,000 to almost $90,000 income range for the rental, and then obviously slightly above that, maybe Becca's. It's probably pushing 110-ish, or I think she had some numbers on there. So yeah, it's a little bit on the higher end of the spectrum, but definitely within the funding spectrum that is prioritized by the public funders.
I'm not literate with this. Is that working? Okay, I don't think I turned it off earlier. For Habitat, we have a selection policy for our potential homeowners. It's open to everyone to apply, but in the selection, we do give extra points for community connection, because we do want to make sure that in every development that we are part of, that the community members they don't have to live there, but they have connections to the community. They get a little bit of extra consideration in the selection process. And this helps us to make sure that the community hosting those buildings has a place, and it works to help address displacement, especially.
Councilmember Marshall. What are case management services in this context, and what services do you usually see them addressed to? And then do you provide transportation for people to go to other, say, mental health or substance abuse treatment?
Excellent question. I'll take part of it, and then I think Megan may have a few words on that. So at Imagine Housing, we actually have a resident services department that we provide access to those services, either through case management directly with our case management staff, but we work with over 75 different social service providers to help connect our residents to their basic living needs, whether it's access to food, which I think Megan will talk about a little bit more, but getting access to transportation or financial counseling or it's a huge list of services that we provide to try to address as many. Now, we don't provide these services directly, but our case management model is really to make sure that our residents have access to the services they need. So we'll work with them directly to assess what their needs are and then get them pointed in the right direction and then put together a plan and say, hey, we're gonna help you contact these folks, or maybe it's resume writing, whatever it is that helps them progress on their life journey. So, and I'll turn it to Megan. Or Megan, sorry.
Thank you. So one of those partners that Troy was just describing is HopeLink. And so all of the services that we provide will be available to the residents of the approach as well as the broader community members. And so the case management that we provide is for community members. We actually, our case manager that is at Kenmore Place does some in the community as well for families with children. And so really someone who is low income and is looking for a little support, a little help to move that forward. We also have employment services that will be available to the community that is also income-based, under 50% of area median income. We have the English for Work that I described, and then we have the financial coaching that is available to anyone within the community, and we'll also do group sessions for that.
Financial
Coaching, oh, I'm so sorry, coaching, yes. No, financial coaching. And so all of those services, not only for the residents of the approach, but also for the greater community. And some of them are income qualified and some of them are not.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes. Can you tell me how the multifamily tax exemption, if that's gonna fit into this program?
So because your partners are nonprofit, we should have a pathway to total property tax exemption through nonprofit ownership. But we'll work through what the specific logistics are, because as was mentioned earlier, this is a complex project, so there are some condominiumization likely to happen on the site for everybody to have their respective ownership piece that they need to have for the funding sources. So, but typically what you see is when you have a nonprofit involved and you're servicing a certain affordability level, and I want to say it's 75% of your residents at 60% and below, that qualifies for the property tax exemption. So we really don't see a real obstacle there.
And that's the 12-year version, right?
No, actually, it's in perpetuity.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. I want to thank you for bringing this to us. We've been working on this for quite a long while, and I've been a great proponent of workforce housing, so I'm thrilled to see this here tonight. In looking at this development, I'm looking at some language in, you see, it says B, affordability, where it says, at or below 80% AMI for affordable home ownership, yet in the digital tool spreadsheet below it, it says for sale units at 80% AMI. So which is it of the two?
It's no higher than 80% of AMI. We serve households and individuals anywhere from 50 up to 80% of AMI.
Okay. And you're wanting a little less car space for parking. I'm a little concerned about that. I'd rather see a 1-to-1. And I do wish we could get another floor just to meet the, like a 60% AMI pathway of home ownership. But I'm really thrilled about this. On the site is, there are some other developments that have mostly cement surroundings. I'd hope to see some green play area and some greenery that would help kind of reduce that global carbon footprint and also provide a fun, safe place for youth to play. I do hope to see a bottom floor use space outside of just our partners, but to provide either Boys and Girls Club or a YMCA or business space. but I do have some questions about the actual design of the building. Are you planning 1 or 2 stairwells?
We'll have at least 2 stairwells.
Okay.
Ideally, we'd like to have a 3rd stairwell that we access. We encourage people to use up and down near the elevators.
And elevators, you said plural. I'm hoping for 2. Are there going to be 2?
For a project this size, there would be 2 for sure on the Imagine Housing side, and on the Habitat side, it could be 1 or 2. It more likely would be 1 because it's a smaller amount of individuals. It's actually only 20 condos on that side.
20 condos on that side. But when we're looking at flooring and emergency access or being able to depart a building, it is nice to have at least a emergency freight elevator that could be utilized in that secondary capacity. Also, this site is on a site that has a direct pathway between the street of Safeway and the street behind it. So I'm looking forward to seeing some direct pathway connections with lighting for safety and security. But otherwise, I'm really thrilled about this. I'm really excited for our community. And, we're at the end of my term. I'm looking forward to coming back and watching this come to fruition.
Yeah, one of the things that was presented to us early on in the walkthrough was the need for that pathway. So we do have a sidewalk on one side of the building that was intentionally put there for access from the back of the site to preserve the connectivity for the other site, as you mentioned. So we have made sure that that will be integrated into that. And then also, if you look at our plan, there's 2 driveway access points. We see an opportunity to benefit more parking if it's found that we don't really need 2 driveway access points. So we'll work through that. And the first thing that we see in that is recapturing more parking for sure.
Okay, and then the last thing is when we're looking at the housing development of this type, I prefer to say development because projects is a little bit more stereotyped, cast some stigma with it. But workforce housing, we're talking about our hardworking labor workforce, and I'm really happy to see that we're going to have some housing flexibility and some program flexibility here. We see a lot of mobility. I would really hope to see also some EV charging stations and maybe some solar power installations. Will the units have HVAC units with this building construction?
So I'll take the EV charging question. So that part of the funding that we utilize is obviously public funding, and primarily from the Washington State Housing Finance Commission, which has the Evergreen Sustainable Development Standard. Part of their program is for basically green building and making buildings more efficient. It also includes a requirement for EV charging stations. So those will definitely be implemented into the project, as well as we'll pre-wire for the expansion if the demand goes further. We really like to start out to see what the demand is and then make sure that rather than going back in and retrofitting for additional wiring, that the conduit is already there in case the need is really demonstrated in regards to that. Solar panels are also encouraged. I know the state has a program for their ultra high energy efficiency that they offer some limited funding in addition to the Housing Trust Fund. So we'll certainly explore if there's any opportunities there. So these are things that we always explore in our projects. And in fact, our projects down the street in Bothell has both of those things. So we're familiar with it, and we'll see, what seems to work for everybody on that.
Okay, and then my last question is related to workforce jobs. We care deeply about our workforce and workforce funding for fueling the workforce in our own community and beyond. So what percentage of jobs will be reserved in the construction of this building for union labor or apprenticeship and workforce labor?
So I'll take part of that, and then we may want to have Molly also chime in on that. So as I mentioned earlier, the funding sources that we use are primarily ARCH, the Housing Finance Commission Tax Credit and Bond Program, as well as the State Housing Trust Fund. And there are also some funds that King County provides for affordable housing. As part of that process, we do report the apprenticeship program requirements. So those are already put into the contract, and all of those are reported to the state. And we make every effort on the front end to make sure that those opportunities are there. In regards to union labor, I'm not sure that I can speak to that, but I'll happily let Molly educate us on what she's seen on projects similar to this.
So this project would have a mix of both union and open shop contractors working on it, but all would be paid prevailing wages, which ensures that all the workers on site are earning essentially union type wages on the project. Along with that, to go to the apprenticeship, typically projects like these achieve about 15% apprenticeship, all tracked throughout the project. But the way that the funding sources typically for these projects are set up, it allows all contractor types to have an opportunity to work on the project as long as they can show that they are paying the appropriate wages to their workers.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, I just want to echo my colleagues here and say how thankful I am to have such a stellar team working on this innovative, amazing project. I'm truly looking forward to where it's going. I think one of the greatest things about it is that it is family housing, that we do have the potential for home ownership and, you know, the low income element as well. So beautiful, along with the services of HopeLink. I'm really excited about that. I don't want to get too far in the weeds on the details, but I just wanted to say I'm really excited about what you're bringing forward. On one detail that Councilmember File brought up, and I've seen it in some of the pictures and images that you've provided with previous projects. I think green space, more landscape space in the public outdoor areas is incredibly important to creating a quality living environment, and something that's central and really important to this community and our council. So I just wanted to echo the importance of that, but really looking forward to where this is going and hoping that we can lead with this and do more projects like this in the future. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler?
I think my fellow council members have really touched on a lot of the same sentiments that I have. This is a super exciting project. Really excited to see your partnership, and I've had the fortunate pleasure of touring some of your past properties. I really appreciated you considering the location in Kenmore, the influence of things that matter to us, like the Kenmore air in the architecture and the design of it. I also love the family-focused emphasis and the fact that you've incorporated the larger units, like 3-bedroom units, 2-bedroom units, you know, and love the home ownership option. That's so rare, I feel like, in a lot of the projects that I've seen or come across. The one question I have is that it was very clear that there's permanent affordable home ownership, but are the rental units also permanently affordable, or are they time limited? That's what I wasn't sure of.
No, those are permanently affordable. Generally, what we see, our funding sources will require 50 to 60-year affordability covenants. We are a build and hold organization. We're not in it to make, you know, any kind of giant profit. Our number one goal is to make sure it is affordable in perpetuity, and that may mean it gets refreshed 25 years in the future, but it would use the same funding sources that would then extend the affordability period. So this particular project and basically the core of what we do is we want it affordable forever, and there's no other agenda on that.
That's great to hear. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to be repeating a lot of what my colleagues have said, but this is a really exciting proposal. I'm really excited about the proposal. I think the combination of the three entities coming together is innovative, and I appreciate that. I think this will be a vast improvement over a weed-filled lot right now. So that'll be great. It'll bring some life into our downtown, which I think is important, and it'll get to a lot of the affordable housing needs that we're facing, because we are in a housing crisis right now, and there simply isn't enough housing. I was curious because it's come up. If you were forced to build to, what our code says that you needed to build for this, for parking, it's like 240 units of parking if you had to build to that. How would that affect your ability to build anything affordable, or how would that affect your ability to use the space?
That is an excellent question, and one that we would obviously need to dive more into. What I will say, and I certainly think Molly can attest to this, is and has already been mentioned, parking is very expensive. I mean, we're probably looking at somewhere between $75,000 plus per space, and it just continues to go up the farther down you go. So we've tried to strike a careful balance of that, but yes, we are looking at a fairly, I wouldn't say overly abundant source of parking in the project. But again, we're gonna work with the team and see if we know that what we're proposing is the jumping off point. And we know that adjustments will have to be made here and there. We just need to really isolate what those adjustments are and work with the city staff on what the priorities are. And we've all acknowledged during the interview process that it will look slightly different when we get to the end. We just hope it looks, substantially similar to what it is. And that'll really be a function of how well we all work together to try to address what the priorities are for the city. And we'll lay out to you exactly what the cost impacts are, and then we can talk about what are those priorities. Is the project heading in the right direction or not? But as I mentioned earlier, we value the city as a partner, not just an approving entity, which is also unique in this structure. And we've already seen just from the interactions we've had, it's going to work. And the key will be just open communication. That's absolute necessity to make this project a success, whether it comes to the code or whatever. But so far, the experience has been fantastic. So.
No, I appreciate that. Sorry if I wasn't clear, I was actually coming from the perspective that I think it's more important for us to house people than is to house vehicles. So I appreciate what you brought forward here, but I think it is important because it is something that comes up a lot in the community. And I think it's important that folks realize the enormous costs that we force on housing especially when you're talking about underground or structured parking. The costs are enormous and would make a lot of these become market rate pretty quickly if you factored in all those costs. So I appreciate that. Councilor Baker?
What's the affordability level that you are building to here?
So the rental apartments will be 50% and 60%. So for a family of four, that's going to be somewhere around high 70,000s to almost 90,000 for a family of four, is how they calculated that. The HUD, as well as the Housing Finance Commission, has a table of standards based on family size, and then that translates to the income band that you're trying to serve based on the funding programs. And they actually will stipulate exactly what the rent limits are as well.
So what is that dollar volume for a single person just out of high school or college?
That is a great question. I do have a chart, but I would need a little more information on what you're exploring here.
I do believe that it's $28,700 is 30% AMI. So that gives you a sense, right? I have that in front of me.
See, I guess I'm
There's a
looking for
table.
the 50 to 60%.
Yeah, so it's, yes.
What's that
got it.
dollar?
Stephanie, for a single person at 50% AMI, it's $47,950 right now.
Yeah.
And At 60% AMI, it's 57,540.
See, I guess I'm just old school. That just number boggles my mind. I mean, if I made $1,500 a month when I was working, I was happy. So, yeah, it shows how behind the times I
But
am.
your,
Thank
your
you.
rent was a lot less. I know mine was when I came out of college.
That is very true. That is very true. I was paying 500 a month and not 2,000, so.
So
I remember graduating from college and telling my father, I said, hey, if I find a job for $18,000 a year, I'm gonna be so set for life. It's gonna
Yeah,
be great.
yeah.
He's like, good luck with that, so.
I do want to say, I think that's one of the things that we were thinking about when we talk about working families, at looking at what starting wages in the area is. When you're looking at kind of an entry-level cashier today at your local grocery store, you're talking $40,000+ for already there. And, you know, right now, what we're hoping that this housing addresses is those families and those people kind of starting their careers and trying to find a place to live, because there isn't a whole lot right now when you're making $21, $22 an hour.
Thank you. I really appreciate those answers.
Councilmember File?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we approve of the Affordable Housing Development Proposal RFP number 23-C2969 with Imagine Housing.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All right, would the clerk please take the roll?
On that motion, Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the motion passes.
All right, with that done, the chair would entertain a motion to provide staff direction to initiate negotiations with Imagine Housing, Habitat for Humanity, and or Hope Link for the property sale price, property transfer agreement, threshold determination, development agreement, and or any other necessary agreements.
So moved, Councilmember File.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the motion passes.
Well, thank you very much. We really appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
We're
and
so
look forward
excited
to working with
to
you.
partner with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're gonna really look forward to this.
Next up, 2 public hearings. The first public hearing is on proposed ordinance 23-058. Well, actually, you know, it's 8:40. And these are probably gonna go a little while. So why don't we take a 10-minute break? We'll come back at 8:49 and finish up the agenda. Kenmore City Council will return to order. Next up, we have, like I said, a public hearing, proposed ordinance 230587, mid-biennial amendments to the 2023-2024 biennial budget and 2024 salary plan presented by Finance and Administration Director Melinda Merrill.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to once again go through the mid-biennial budget amendments, which I brought forward a couple weeks ago. And so this will look familiar to you, and this is now for the public hearing. So why do we do a mid-biennium review and adjustments? Well, it's required by our CW 35A. 34.130. There might be economic conditions that require an amendment or changes in work programs and priorities. Also, we might need to adjust for any previously approved council actions or direction during the year. Examples are the CIP updates and the CAP and HHS funding that was approved in February. Also, we need to make sure that we don't exceed adopted expenditures for various funds. So you've seen this before, the general fund adjustments for revenues, the recommended increases are a net of 1.7 million. So there's some increases and some decreases in revenue. The net is 1.7. And then this sheet shows the decreases in revenue. Again, net of 1.7. For expenditures, the net increase is 1.5 million, and you can see some of the large amounts over on the right. A note is that these numbers I'm speaking to are both increases and decreases for both years of the biennium, not just for next year. And then here's a summary of the impact to the fund balance. So we start with a $3.6 million fund balance, and with the adjustments, we would have an amended ending fund balance of 3.7. I won't go through these in detail, but you can see it just under the headers. There's a summary of whether it's a net increase or decrease. And so in the street fund, there's a reduction in expenditures. Cape Fund, there's a reduction in revenue. Transportation Benefit District Fund, there's no impact. The Capital Fund for Transportation has a 0.3 million increase in expense. REIT has $806,000 increase in expense. And the Park Capital Fund has 0.2 net increase in expense. Park Impact Fee Fund, $157,000 increase in expense, and Public Works Shop Fund, no impact. Surface Water Management, $367,000 increase in expense, and Surface Water Management Capital, 0.7 increase in expense. One of the other components is an increase, or sorry, a change in our salary plan. So for 2024, we are basing our increase, proposed increase of 4.5% on the June CPIW, which is what we've used annually every year. We're recommending that 4.5% adjustment, which would be effective January 1st, 2024. New positions that have been added to the budget. Under General Fund, the Climate Action Plan Manager, the Housing and Human Services Manager, and a Finance Manager. Under the Surface Water Management Fund, a full-time project manager, and then Transportation, a full-time engineer. So that's the end of my presentation portion of the public hearing.
Any questions before we open up the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll declare the public hearing open. For the public hearing, you'll be granted 5 minutes to speak. The same public comment rules apply, including stating your name and city of residence, addressing your comments directly to the city council, and not splitting your time with others. If your comments have been fully expressed by preceding speakers, we encourage you to summarize your statements by stating your name, city of residence, and saying I agree or concur with the previous person. We're going to hear from our testimony for our on-site guests first, followed by our pre-registered virtual guests. Thank you for taking the time to participate in the public hearing. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have 3 guests wishing to speak who signed up: Carl Michaelman on site and Stacy Valenzuela and Lori Sperry online. Mr. Michaelman?
Carl Michaelman, business owner and owns property in Kenmore. And my residence is Briar. And according to Karina File, I am a non-resident. So with that being said, first of all, I got to share this a little with you, is that why can't you guys do business after the public hearings versus we have to wait until 9 o'clock? Okay? And people don't want to stick around. So I just don't understand that. Mayor Baker brought it up one time, and it just seems like it goes on deaf ears. So essentially, I think you guys need to change this so more people will come to the council meeting. So that's the first thing. In regards to all the questions that just happened with the Imagine Home situation, again, I'm trying to understand, we've already dealt with the Plymouth House and we can't get that settled. And you just went ahead and voted on something again, where again, we're back to where the affordability is of the qualifications that you guys have to make a vote on something of such a big project. Am I bothering you there, Nigel?
Well, no, I was going to ask if you
Okay.
please direct your.
No, I'm
things
directing because
towards the
I
budget.
spent, Nigel, an hour waiting and hearing all these questions.
appreciate that,
So
Mr.
I'm not
Michael.
going to have you direct me.
This is a public
Second thing,
hearing on the budget.
Nigel, I'm not going to have you direct
I will
me.
rule you out of order
And
if you
so
don't
you
direct
can
your
rule me
comments
all you
to
want.
the,
I
to the
will
budget, Mr.
not.
Michael.
So now I will go ahead with the budget, Nigel.
Thank
but
you.
Do not direct me how I'm talking on this.
We have
I had to
rules.
listen to this for an hour.
We have rules, Mr. Michael. I'd
You're
appreciate
right.
if you
It's the
follow them.
dictator rule of you, Nigel.
No, it's the.
So now
Robert's-
what we're, no, Nigel, no.
Please
So let
continue
me
with your
go back
comments.
and talk about this situation. I get a little concerned when I was reading, and we're all in these deficits, and what's happening is that, and I don't know it all right, but we're in all these deficits, and then we're talking about raises for staff or for the people at 4.5%. And one thing I'm not sure if it was in your thing, how much the increase of health insurance would be this year. Because everybody knows health insurance costs, they 10, 15 could go up, 20 could go up 30%. And I got to share with you, I don't know if you think about this, but that is part of your salary. That is part of the staff side. That is within the salary. So if we're talking a 4.5% salary increase, and then the health insurance goes up 30%, it's 30% they got to raise on health insurance and 4.5% on the staffing. So I just kind of want to get clarification. I did not see that in the numbers of where we're at of the health insurance. I believe everyone should get a raise. It's just a matter of place, when and how. And again, if we're increasing taxes and we're in a deficit with a lot of the issues that was just brought up, then someone at least show me how this could happen where it makes sense. And so I'll yield the rest of my time, Nigel.
Mayor Herbig, can we move on to virtual public testimony?
Of course.
We'd like to hear from Stacy Valenzuela and Lori Sperry. Stacy, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
We can, go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela Kenmore. Today, I come forward at this public hearing to state that several residents feel we are being left out. Does it even count to state if we are for, against, or have any constructive criticism on what would improve this ordinance before you? Several residents request cutback in expenses for years. You spent more money. We asked to let the club support their own high expensive needs, like the boathouse with the row club owing the taxpayers $560,000, the watercraft club that gets free rent and all the use of the park, the baseball field maintenance another couple 100,000 there, and the farmer's market. Oh, yes, so that vendors from out of state and out of the area can make lots of millions of dollars, but it's a cost. The medical for full families, you're pricing people out of their homes with increased taxes and hiring more administrators, giving raises. Businesses, school districts cut back. It's good business and budget sense. It seems that already decisions have been made on this ordinance topic, which leads us to question if the city even met the requirements of public participation. As you heard earlier tonight, several of our residents are disappointed that they have several times come forward with their expertise in certain areas, their knowledge of topics, their passion of protecting and improving Kenmore, watching the finances that are ignored. Missing is the opportunity to implement the expertise, the ideas, the suggestions, the resident recommendations of rejection of projects or rejected of funding like tonight, often not even looked into as a vote at the same agenda. I just wanted to have this on public record because you are taking away from Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori Sperry.
Lori Sperry, City of Kenmore. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the in-home option for this. I don't know that I could make it this long without it. And I do know that you guys are spending a lot of time on this project. So anyway, the budget. As a council member, I was always surprised that we got such little comments on the budget. And I think there's a couple reasons for that. And one of the things I think is important is that when you say mid-biennial budget, unless the person knows that what's going on is 1.5 million in new expenses, I don't think people consent for that. 5 new positions. I work for Evergreen Health. I guess it's okay to say that. I just learned that because of their condition, they've laid off 100 people. So anyway, you know, you have to have people to do the work, but 5 new positions, 1.5 million. New car tabs, utility taxes, electricity taxes, surface water fees. We've heard that before. All of that makes things less affordable for people who live here already. And in addition, I don't believe that the general public would consent or think it's a good idea or even wise to borrow $1.8 million for the new public works facility. I'm not saying you don't need the facility. Obviously, we have to have, you know, buildings and things for people. But at the same time, you're spending savings, taking out another bond that needs to be paid back with the 2 other loans, $1.8 million a year or $150,000. Not only that, there is the property tax levy has been increased 3-point-something%, which is 2+% more than the normal amount. There's at least 2 more of those types of raises according to the forecast, adding something like a 1.25 or some transportation something to the sales tax. So according to the Washington State Constitution, which I do recall that we take an oath to uphold it, under Article 1, Declarations of Rights, it says, Section 1, Political Power. All political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed and are established to protect and maintain individual rights. So I am officially saying I do not consent, and even though I am only one person, I do believe there are many in the community that would share these views. It's too expensive. Everyone's affordable. The cost of everything is going up because of inflation. People are needing to make choices, and the only choices that I am seeing is spend more tax more, and go in debt more. And I don't think that that is something that is a good direction or a wise direction. And again, all political power is inherent in the people, and governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. And I do not consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Mayor Herbeck, that concludes our speaker list.
Okay. Ms. Merrill, I was just curious, what is the, and I know I've heard the number before, but I can't remember what is the health insurance increase that we're expecting for 2024?
I don't have that number off the top of my head. I don't know. Yeah.
I know
and
I've heard
it's, I haven't brought it forward, but it's incorporated into, it was already included as part of the plan for when the budget was originally completed.
Okay.
I can try to find it really quick.
Yeah, I thought that we had heard something from our carrier about that. And I swear I heard about something during like a one-on-one or something. If we had that information, that'd be great. Any other questions or comments before we move to the second public hearing? All right. Anybody else in person wishing to be heard? Anybody else in person wishing to be heard? Anybody else wishing to be heard? All right, with that, declaring the public hearing closed. Next up, we have proposed ordinance number 23-0597, remaining tier 2 tree regulations, presented by Development Services Director Samantha Leuk and Assistant to the City Manager Garrett Oppenheim.
Good evening, Kenmore City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present Tier 2 tree regulations, ordinance number 23-597.
Before we get into the details of this ordinance, I'll provide a little bit of a recap of where we've been with regard to trees in the last couple of years. On May 16th of last year, the potential tier 2 tree code amendments were presented to the City Council, and there was a clear commitment to the environment and preservation of Kenmore's urban forest. Just a couple of months ago, on October 16th, the City Council adopted a tier 2 item, the exceptional tree ordinance. And 2 weeks ago, on November 20th, we had a public hearing on this topic.
So Tier 2 tree regulations as proposed are numbers 1 through 5 on this list, which will go in greater detail. We'll discuss those in greater detail as part of this presentation. You'll see that number 6 was already adopted in October of 2023. Okay, so number 1 is to increase the tree density requirement for new development. So that's increasing it from 30 tree units per net buildable acre to 40 tree units per net buildable acre. And also considering replacement trees only after exhausting all options for retention of existing trees.
Number 2 is to decrease the yearly allowances for single-family tree removal. Currently, the number of trees that you can remove in the code is based on the size of your lot, but this will reduce it to 1 tree per year, regardless of lot size. And then number 3 is to always require replacement when removing trees, and they must be replaced with native trees. The exceptions for that are when the removed tree is hazardous or when the fee in lieu option is available and approved by the city manager.
Okay, number 4 is a little different than last week. So or 2 weeks ago, pardon me, we took the feedback provided by council and revised the code so that it was more clear and easier for developers to understand what that meant for feasibility of a property. So instead of just retaining all the trees that you can, we're saying to do all the things we just talked about, but to retain the existing trees within perimeter landscaping. So now there's a very specific language in the code that talks about what that perimeter landscaping, where that is, so that developers can have a really good idea of what that would mean for site development.
And then number 5 is the establishment of a tree fund. And this is in instances where replacement of removed trees is infeasible. And it would allow for a set fee to be paid into the tree fund, which would be used exclusively to buy trees and plant them on city property.
So that is the ordinance before you. Do you have any questions or discussion?
Questions, comments? Councilmember File, I see your hand is up. Councilmember File?
Yes, thank you. I haven't been added back to the webinar. So yes, my question is related to the process when say a developer wants to develop a piece of land and has some concerns about the clarity of the process when seeking permits or going about their process. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So based on the comments provided, we've tweaked the code amendments so that they're more clear, but also as part of any development proposal, we have a pre-application process. And our pre-application process is really thorough. So we've received that feedback from developers that it's very helpful. We provide them, we do a full review. We provide draft comments prior to meeting with them. We discuss them, and then we finalize the pre-application meeting comments. And based on the information that they receive, they have a really, really good idea about feasibility, about things like access and number of lots. And so as part of that, that's an existing process that we have. And this ordinance would be rolled into that existing process where we would provide information about that and how it relates to feasibility of a development proposal.
Thank you for that clarity. I'm happy we've addressed those issues and I feel comfortable. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Over the weekend, I think you got an email from one of our residents who had some very, very good points in there, Jim Howard. And staff answered a number of the questions. And then he responded back. And I think those were very, very good questions. And I'm wondering, what do we have to do to discuss that and see if we can't implement some of those changes?
So I read the response. So there was a list of questions and then we provided a response and then he responded again and then provided the feedback to council. If you wanted to incorporate some of those things, then we would need to work with him to revise the ordinance that's before you. So that would be not adopting it right now or either adopting it and then revising it based on his feedback.
Okay. How would I go about, just make a motion to
Could we maybe,
implement some of the changes?
yeah, could we do that a little bit later after folks have been able to? get
Of
their
course we
questions
can.
answered now?
Of
Yeah.
course we can.
And probably after
Just-
the public hearing is when I might suggest that.
Get me, yes.
Yeah, just wave. Any other comments or questions before we open up the public hearing? All right. As before, people will be granted 5 minutes to speak. The same public comment rules apply, including saying your name and city of residence, addressing your comments directly to the city council, not splitting your time with others. If your comments have been fully expressed by preceding speakers, we encourage you to summarize your statements by saying your name, city of residence, and saying that you concur with the previous speaker. We'll hear testimony from our on-site guests first, followed by our pre-registered virtual guests. Thank you for taking the time to participate in the public hearing. I declare the public hearing open. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We have these guests signed up to speak: Jonathan Lowndes, Jim Howard, Carl Michaelman on site, and Stacy Valenzuela and Elizabeth Mooney virtually. Mr. Lowndes?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan Lowndes. I reside in Seattle. I'm the King County Government Affairs Manager at the Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties, which is the nation's largest and oldest local home builders association in the country. At Master Builders, we believe everybody deserves a place to call home. I'm here today to express our concerns about the proposed changes to the tree ordinance and their impact on that mission. While we strongly support environmental preservation and a healthy tree canopy, we believe that the current form of these amendments could hinder our efforts to address the housing crisis. It's crucial to recognize the achievements of the existing code, evidenced by the increase in the tree canopy under current policies, demonstrating its effectiveness in harmoniously balancing environmental sustainability with developmental requirements. Unfortunately, the proposed amendments could introduce several challenges. First, these changes would significantly increase the home costs. The strict tree density requirements and limited allowances for tree removal could drive up housing costs, which make it more challenging to offer affordable housing. Secondly, the proposed changes introduce uncertainty into the permitting process and may inadvertently result in prolonged permitting processes, thus delaying the construction of critically needed homes. It is essential to establish an objective and predictable permitting process which ensures responsible development while maintaining environmental commitments. Third, the proposed amendments mandate tree replacement without considering the unique circumstances of each property, which could be limiting innovative housing projects. Prioritizing tree preservation could restrict housing options, conflicting with Kenmore's housing action plan. This emphasis may inadvertently impact the development of missing middle housing, a key focus of Kenmore, which is very laudable. The proposed tree ordinance without balance risks viability and the cost of these housing projects. Strict tree density preservation rules could challenge builders, potentially reducing missing middle housing availability and worsening the regional housing shortage. Taking a preservation first approach to tree regulation has a negative consequence for the broader community. Without flexibility to meet tree canopy targets in Kenmore, there will be fewer housing choices for current and future residents. In conclusion, we urge council to reconsider these amendments and adopt a more balanced approach that respects both environmental sustainability and a need for housing choices. Kenmore should prioritize maintaining the current successful tree code. Lastly, we suggest a beta testing of the code amendments on a development parcel, allowing for a trial period in which their impacts can be thoroughly evaluated and adjusted based on real-world feedback and results. This approach would help ensure any new regulations effectively meet our community's environmental and housing needs without unintended consequences. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jim Howard?
Good evening, Jim Howard, resident of Kenmore. And I think I'm the person David Baker was referring to, but that has written several emails. And I'm just gonna, for the public record, kind of hit the high points of what I was writing to council about. Code 18.35.080 B and C refers to the soil standards within the landscape code. And I know it's not directly related to exceptional trees, but nevertheless, it is the key component of whether tree planting is successful or not. So our current code has no definition for soil depth. It's just left up to the designer to decide how deep the soil should be. And there's always good, better, best. And you're going to get good rather than best if you don't define it. So I would recommend that council consider updating the soil standards as part of the tree ordinance. 18.35.120, the code needs stronger language in regards to trees that do not survive and also in regards to trees that are topped. A couple of examples of trees that have been topped are across from City Hall, where the Zarkova trees have been topped, the form's ruined, and current code doesn't have adequate enforcement that the city can really do anything about it in terms of requiring those trees to be corrected by the person that did the pruning. There's also at 62nd Avenue Northeast and Northeast 181st, there's more trees that have been topped within the public right of way. So we're having trees topped in our public right of way, and the current code doesn't have any enforcement. And as far as the trees that do not survive, again, we've had trees at the Jack in the Box property and also at the Washington Physical Therapy property that have died. And I don't know that I haven't gotten a response whether the city's going to enforce the code on that or not. As far as 15.25.030, as far as non-native trees, they have to be 40-inch DBH in order to be considered an exceptional tree. The redwood tree that was cut on 68th Avenue that was considered to be such a loss to the community isn't covered by this code modification. That tree was less than 48-inch caliper, so it wouldn't have been considered exceptional. So I would recommend that the non-native trees have a defined DBH that somewhere in the 24 to 30-inch DBH that would have some enforcement for that condition similar to the redwood tree that everyone was so concerned about. The section 18.35.100 allows, or it has a statement that landscaping native to the Puget Sound lowlands, and I made the recommendation that it should be conifer trees native to the Puget Sound lowland, because conifer trees are much greater habitat and also stormwater absorption, that environmentally they're a much more significant tree than a vine maple tree, which is what you could get in lieu of a cedar tree. 18.57.050, the tree protection plan needs to have an additional step added that the arborist recommends soil enhancement details and specifications. That's somewhat of a new technology that arborists are recommending on these types of tree protection plans. It ought to be spelled out in our code. And I'm running out of time, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Carl Michaelman.
Carl Michaelman, business owner, owns property in Kenmore, resides in Briar, and according to Karina File, I'm a non-resident. Okay, so I like this guy over here because I don't know about building, but all I do is I hear about housing crisis and so forth. So I talked to the last public hearing about exposure to the issue if someone wants to cut down a tree and they get an arborist and then the city disagrees and the exposure. You know what's funny? I didn't have one of you council call me to ask me anything about that. Nobody. Then my other question is, did you have a discussion about it? Me, that's saying no. And again, we're partners. Remember, you keep saying we're partners. Now, with the tree issue, I don't know much about it. Yes, it would be nice to have trees and so forth. Okay, and the reason why I like this guy for a minute is in your situation, you were saying, okay, if we can't fix the problem, the developer will just throw money into some bank. And the reality of that, when that developer does this, correct me if I'm wrong, the costs get passed on to the homeowner who's buying it. You can't look me straight in the face and tell me you want to do affordable housing when you keep putting these crazy rules in. That's the reality of it, okay? Again, even from going back a little bit, affordable housing, cars tabs doubled. You go ahead and increase, put a garbage tax in, you're doing all this stuff, but then you're talking about affordable housing. It's the cat wagging the tail. I have no problem with the trees. The problems that I have is if we're in this housing crisis and you want the developers to pay money because they can't fix it, it does not affect the developer. He just passes, or she just passes that cost on to the home buyer. When can you get that in your head? You all sit there and say, we want this affordable housing and everything else, and we're back to the same old thing. Let's go ahead and throw the money into the developer. The developer will have impact fees. You think the developer is going to be paying those impact fees? Absolutely not. The cost will be passed on. Even with North Shore School District, $17,000 impact fee. Think that builder's going ahead and going to go ahead and eat that cost? So even though I'm going all over the place, the bottom line is with this tree situation, I brought up some real good points, but no one called me to ask me what was going on. And I don't think you guys discussed it. I think you just moved forward. And then also, like this gentleman over here, even though he's in Seattle, he's speaking out saying, okay, there's a concern here and it'll make it harder. And then so we're just going to pass the costs on to the homeowner. Instead of saying, hey, Mr. Builder, come on over here and start talking with us. Let's try to find some compromise that will work. Because the way that this is handling, whether it's Plymouth House, whether it's Imagining over here, okay? The point is, all these people that are having hard luck, you're making even more worse for hard luck with all these taxes and all these pass-on costs. I just don't understand how you don't understand that. So that's all I say. Hopefully you guys will figure out this. If not, this will be par for the course. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelman. Mayor Herbig, can we move on to our online guests?
Of course.
Stacy Valenzuela, followed by Elizabeth Mooney. Stacy, can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Stacy Valenzuela. I believe and would like confirmed if Kenmore Public Works employees are responsible for the damage of the trees noted by the earlier comments on 68th Avenue, 181st Street in front of the therapy, and 62nd Avenue. Perhaps a training of a few employees is necessary. In other news, I support all comments of this tree ordinance improvements via the emails and comments brought forward by our very own resident landscape architect, Jim Howard, sharing his expertise. Please consider and adopt his free advice as another love note to Kenmore. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Elizabeth Mooney. We hear you.
Thanks. I can't tell if you're seeing me. That's okay. Elizabeth Mooney, Kenmore, and yes, I agree with what Stacy Valenzuela just said, which is supporting Jim Howard's high points, and what David Baker suggested before the public hearing. And thank you, Nigel Herbig, for suggesting putting that off. But please do not lose the momentum of that moment when David Baker suggested that you all confer at length with Jim Howard and his comments so that we get all those details in for the long-term survival of saving our trees in Kenmore. Lucky for me, he lives on the Chitchathel River up 61st. And believe me, I saw the engineer out there. I saw David Baker out there on those sidewalks. I went on those sidewalks with my granddaughter to go to the Lumieres. And I believe that if we turn that area into a spectacular architecture digest project for Kenmore of saving those beautiful trees as an example of what we can do if we put focus on the trees. Trees are not just an impediment, like the master builder fellow said. And thank goodness he's not from Kenmore, because he's certainly not speaking for our opinion here. And I have dealt as a president of a nonprofit trying to save the trees on the Chitchathel stream up in Snohomish County, where Breyer cut down tons of trees. And I went to Snohomish County council meetings to listen to what master builders have to say about saving trees. Some of our friends have spent a large portion of their lives fighting against the words of master builders at council meetings. So trees, tree ordinances do not make or break housing, affordable housing. It's a false argument to say that whether housing is affordable is dependent on fines for removing trees or saving trees. Master builders, I hope that you will fight against every word that man said in our city hall. I can't believe, anyway, it's sad to hear that come into our city council. Trees are protecting our ecosystem. Trees purify our air. Trees create oxygen. Trees reduce stormwater. Trees help us save our salmon. Trees are not just pretty, but they are. They are a part of our public health. It's about biology. So yes, please listen to all the hard work and whatever time Jim Howard is willing to put into our staff meeting or our council meetings. And thank you. Be lucky that he's retired right now and willing to put in that time. Other than that, I think I just want you to go make a meeting as soon as possible and listen to what David Baker suggested and make a motion, and please second it and vote unanimously to get together with Jim Howard, our neighbor, and definitely take every single one of his recommendations please, and reconsider cutting any tree down that's going to impact a stream that has got the potential to have salmon restoration, such as our neighborhood up here in Northwest Kenmore, where Jim Howard and our family live. Thank you.
Mayor Herbeck, that concludes our speakers list.
All right. Is there anybody else in person wishing to be heard? Ms. Shalik? Yes, you can come up, and then when you're done, if you could just sign up on your way out. Thank you.
I think we all know each other. Bill Leake, resident of Kenmore. I wasn't planning to make this request, but I need help with a permit. Started back in July or August. I had one or two meetings, either by email or face-to-face with the Permit Tech, I believe is the name. And I went ahead and submitted for a permit based on an email that subsequently from the city is kind of ambiguous. On the one hand, I do need to replace trees. On the other hand, I don't. And I don't know if that's governed by a change in the code between the time I had those conversations and submitted and then got my permit. But I do have 3 Leyland cypress that are fairly tall, and apparently I am able to take those down. But I sent an email back about 3 weeks ago to Permit Tech with a question who I should be talking to, and I haven't heard back yet. So I don't need you to do anything just yet. I'm going to give it another week, and it'll be a full month, but it was a month to turn around the first time. And the timing's good because I don't plan to do anything for a few months anyway, and I'll probably make it work out. But just a comment on top of everything else you guys hear. So thanks for hearing me out.
You could just sign up on the public hearing, sign up form for the record. Anybody else wishing to be heard? Anyone else wishing to be heard? Anybody else wishing to be heard? With that, the public hearing is declared closed. Any further comments or questions? Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, I would seriously like to consider us working with Mr. Howard to see if a number of those changes can be incorporated. My first thing when I joined this council in 2004 was the tree ordinance. We worked 2 years on the tree ordinance. We passed it. It wasn't what we wanted. So we went back and tried to change it. There was some shells that should be must, and there was some we's that should be they, and it was just a mess. And that's what we're getting here. And I don't know, I want to be sure that we're getting what we think we're getting, because we have worked on tree ordinances before on this council. And we find out that, oh no, that's permitted. And so they were able to cut those trees down. I want to get this right. Sorry. I'd love to see us get this right. And Mr. Howard has got some very good opinions. So, and I think Ms. Loyuk knows this because she answered some of these questions and she took up her weekend to do it. Now that's dedication to her job. She thought enough of those questions to get down and answer them, and he replied and she answered more. So anyway, I would like to see some of those responses incorporated because I think they were good. Okay, I'll shut up now.
Any other comments? Councilmember Shrubnik?
I would be happy to take up the remaining questions. I think there were maybe 4 or 5, at least the email that I'm seeing. I don't want to just sort of postpone this vaguely. I mean, there's enough information here that we can just make decisions on those 4 or 5 things.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I would agree with Councilmember Shrubnik. I did have questions just about incorporating the soil standards and how we would regulate that, I guess, or manage that. Because I think the standards do I understand the request and the importance to healthy soil, to healthy trees. I like it in concept. I'm just kind of curious what your perspective is on us actually being able to enforce that.
So that's, if it's in the code, we would have the applicants or the developer's landscape architect provide that information on the plans. And then during inspection, we would verify it probably through an as-built.
Thank you. And then the specificity on conifers, I think native trees in general are important, just like as a layperson, and deciduous trees do have a benefit to the soil, ironically, right? They shed their leaves, they mulch, they mulch into the soil and enhance the soil. So there's a benefit that both trees provide. I do understand the benefits of the conifers that were described in Mr. Howard's emails to us. I'm just curious as staff, do you think it's a significant difference to specify conifers only, or I'm just saying, I just would like that someone who is a certified arborist to talk about that. I think both are important, but I'm curious about the specificity of conifer in the language. Thank you.
Sure. And all the benefits that he talked about are true. You know, they're great. But so is diversity. So if we're getting really narrow in our requirements for replacement trees, I prefer there to be flexibility. We've heard that from the public that they want to choose what they plant. So I think if we're leaving it to include deciduous, and that's a benefit for the environment, and it provides property owners and developers more choice.
I appreciate that. Those are the areas that I had the most questions related to those emails. Thank you.
Councilor Marshall.
I appreciate my colleagues' suggestions, and I prefer a combination approach for the absolutely necessary preservation of our environment and to protect it as soon as possible. I'm comfortable with adopting the proposed ordinance tonight. And at the same time, I'd like to see Mr. Honor's changes amalgamated in the future, but it may be more cumbersome. I'm okay with a adoption tonight, and then also a expectation that we're going to incorporate further changes. I think the staff has done a great job in adopting those previous changes to address some of the concerns, and I think the need to protect the environment is important enough to propose that. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have some minor concerns around how the restrictions on the number of trees that could be cut in a year could affect private property owners' ability to maybe add a detached ADU on their property. If there happen to be 2 trees that would be in the footprint where they wanted to build, is it really worth us making them wait a year so that they can cut down 2 trees in order to build a housing unit? Will that make it not pencil out? We know that our ADU regulations have been, what we've gotten out of that has been somewhat underwhelming. And I think this is something that could make it a lot more difficult for an ADU to be built by somebody who's looking at, you know, how do they fit this in their backyard? So I am a little concerned around that piece in particular. And I would love it if we could maybe do some, I'd be interested in looking into to see if we could figure out some sort of amendment that would allow for, you know, when somebody's going in to get a permit for an ADU, to allow a little bit more flexibility for that particular use, because it is a housing type that we have expressed multiple times we're supportive of. And making somebody wait a year because we've, you know, cut back their ability to cut trees in their backyard doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me personally. Any further comments before we move over back to the business agenda? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I'm a little confused about where we are right now, but
Well, just to clarify that, sorry, because I was confused also. So we've got the public hearings now. We're going back to the business agenda where
Right.
we'll hit the budget and then come back to this. So
we're gonna come back to this for discussion.
yeah, it's item C is remaining tier 2 regulations. So
Okay,
we will be
well, I
circling right
just,
back, so we can just.
I just have maybe one more clarifying question. Okay, so the comment by the member of the public that wrote the nice email, the example, the giant redwood removed on 68th, which I guess is considered a non-native, correct?
So we're talking about the large tree that was removed as part of what
Yeah,
they're
the
calling timber townhomes. I believe.
Sequoia, I think it, yeah. That's,
Okay.
yeah. So I think the question is, you know, and maybe this is just confirming, but for non-native trees, anything of DBH 48 inches or greater is an exceptional tree. I mean, that's a mighty big tree. I mean, we don't have hardly any trees of any type that would meet that threshold. So yeah, I am just a little concerned about that. I mean, obviously the native one, the ones on the list of, I think it's like 15 types, are considered exceptional at a lower DBH, but yeah, so I don't know if you can address that issue.
It was my understanding that that tree would have been considered exceptional, but I'd have to check the arborist report to verify the size and the type.
Okay, I guess whether it's, 48, 49 or 47, I mean, it's a little bit splitting hairs. It does seem like, we 48 may be an awfully high number for non-native, but that's maybe for further discussion. And yeah, okay.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. In looking at the recommendations, I really do appreciate ensuring biodiversity for the environmental sustainability of our environment and our neighboring ecosystems. So I appreciate some of the recommendations here. I do have a little bit of question around ADUs and that expansion of a home for a mother-in-law apartment, an ADU, or a workspace, and what that impactor could be like. So have that same concern. And I do have a question related to the broad email we all received. And I wonder if some of those recommendations are really more of a public utilities department procedure versus policy, governance policy. What are your thoughts on that?
Is there a particular item in the email, or are you referring to the soil amendments?
Yeah, there is discussions of soil amendments and depths. There's always planting depths recommendations for different types of trees, depending on the type and its root structure and how it gains its water, whether surface or deeper. Some of these things are just really seem to be beyond governance policy, more a practice and policy in a department that could be followed, in my opinion. I'm just wondering about your thoughts on that.
So some codes are really specific and they provide that information or as requirements to the applicant. We rely on the applicant's professional landscape architect. So our code requires that they obtain a landscape architect, and then they provide the standard specifications for planting, including the soil depth and proposed soil modifications. That's how we have it now. It just depends on how specific you would like that code to be. Some jurisdictions do get that specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what happens if later a developer plants a tree not as deeply as they should have and it uproots a sidewalk? Is there a liability attached to that developer of having to fix the sidewalk? How does that work?
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So the city has adopted Title 12, which talks about, I believe, tree maintenance and how it impacts or does not sidewalks. So with the understanding from state law that an adjacent property owner has responsibility to maintain and or repair sidewalks right away impacted by their trees. So it really just depends on what occurs and then what section of the code would apply. But you do have a code that covers that scenario.
Thank you. I really appreciate that clarification. And I'm good. I'm ready to move on.
Councilmember Baker?
Yes, would an amendment be more appropriate in the business agenda on C? Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anything further before we move over to the business agenda? All right. First item, or I guess second item out of the business agenda, proposed ordinance 230587 mid biennial amendments to the 2023-2024 biennial budget and the 2024 salary plan presented by Finance and Administration Director Melinda Merrill for adoption.
Thank you again. And to answer your question that you had earlier, Nigel, so the increase in our health insurance was or is going to be 4.1% for those who have Regents and 5.6% for those who have Kaiser. In the budget, we have budgeted for a 5% overall increase for employees. So that's why you don't see it as an amendment, because it's already in there.
Anything further? Any questions, comments? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Just have a clarifying comment based on some public comment that we heard. Confirm for me that, I mean, all of these amendments are based on things that council passed over the last 12 months. None of these are new. Most of them actually came about almost 12 months ago. Yeah, so this is basically reflecting decisions that have been made over the course of the past year.
That is correct.
Any other questions or comments? All right, the chair would entertain a motion to approve proposed amendment ordinance number 23-0587 mid-biennial amendments to the 2023-2024 biennial budget and the 2024 salary plan.
So moved.
I'll second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On that motion, Councilmember Baker.
No.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Kubler.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes in favor, the motion passes and the ordinance is adopted.
Okay, next on the agenda, proposed ordinance number 23-0597 remaining tier 2 tree regulations presented by Development Services Director Samantha Lloyd and Assistant to the City Manager Garrett Oppenheim. Sorry.
Okay, so we don't have anything in addition to what we just talked about.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to ask that staff considers the suggestions of Mr. Howard, especially where it's referring to conifers and some of the other things that he discussed in this email.
That didn't sound so much like an amendment, but a motion to maybe have staff consider.
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion asking staff to look at Mr. Howard's recommendations.
And perhaps incorporating.
Okay. Do we have a second, Deputy Mayor?
I'm just hoping for maybe a little bit more discussion. There's a little bit more that there's something that I'd like to add to that.
Well, we need to get the motion on the floor first before we can add anything to it. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I think that the part that I was curious about. So we want staff to look at it and consider incorporating those things and bringing it back to us to consider for the next. Okay, just for clarification, I just, and I think those things are very important for staff to look at and bring back to us. I think the most important thing that we do here is listen to our community on this incredibly important issue. And we've had community feedback on this and other issues where we can hear community members don't feel they've been heard. And so I think one of the most important things is that not only we consider items from our community member and landscape architect and former planning commissioner who has provided us deeply insightful thoughts on multiple issues in our city, but this tree ordinance in particular. So I think it's very important that we hear back related to those in public from staff so that we can make an informed decision on how we might incorporate some of those ideas into our tree ordinance. The other element is I do think that the ADU issue that was brought up by our mayor is one that we might want to look to and consider engaging with the developers as well and the impacts of this ordinance as we're bringing forward, as we're like listening to all people who have come forward today as we are doing this. I genuinely think staff has done a great job. I'm really excited about the direction we're going, but we want to be inclusive and make sure we are making the best decisions for our community in the long run. So we do not need to approach this again. Thank you.
Mr. City Manager, you had your hand.
Yeah, I have a question for the Development Services Director. So every year the City Council adopts a docket of code regulations for staff to work on. This docket included Tier 1 and Tier 2 tree regulations this year. My question is Mr. Howard's list of things he wants added, how much does that add to your workload? Will other things that are on your docket need to get delayed? Are these easy to just kind of fit in, or are they going to take as much work as the Tier 2 regs did?
I don't think it will take as much work as the Tier 2 regs because we've already put so much work into it, but it is a significant work item to add to make sure. It sounds like we're considering the feedback from Jim Howard's email and then engaging with developers or stakeholders. So that will probably push some of the items that are already on the docket for development services.
Councilmember Shrubnik, and then Baker, and then File, and then Marshall.
I don't know if this is out of order, so you can tell me.
Okay, we are talking about Councilmember Baker's amendment.
Yes,
so-
exactly. So
Okay.
I think it may not be out of order. I think it may be appropriate.
all means.
And that is, I don't know how to describe it. So a friendly amendment to his amendment that instead of just calling out one particular person that we're going to ask staff to consider. I mean, I think the general rule would be in this and applying to this case to consider the input of stakeholders. And we've had some significant input from multiple stakeholders that has recently come in. So I'm hoping maybe that's the direction we can give staff. And I don't know if I think that's an amendment to
It's an amendment
David's.
to the-
Yeah.
I'll second your amendment, Councilmember Shrubnik. Is there any discussion on Councilmember Shrubnik's amendment? Deputy Mayor?
Oh, no, I'm just turning on my mic for the
Oh,
next
sorry.
step.
Councilor Marshall?
Yes, I would, though I seconded the first amendment mainly for discussion, and also because I wanted to see in the future, Mr. Honors changes considered. I also think, I'm also still comfortable enough, and I think it's important enough to adopt the ordinance as is this evening. So that I would probably oppose both motions as they are right now, respectfully. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment, Councilmember Kugler?
Because the ordinance basically goes into effect immediately, or short, I think immediately, but I think, was it 2 weeks or something after we approve it? I feel that it would be more beneficial for our residents for it to be more clear when we do approve it. So I would not be in favor of voting on that tonight.
The attorney, how quickly do our ordinances go into effect?
Just clarification, it is 5 days after publication. So it depends on when the ordinance will be published, and then it's 5 days, and then it becomes effective.
All right, thank you for that. Any further discussion on Councilmember Shrubnik's amendment, Deputy Mayor?
I do have a question. So what we're asking, what would be the turnaround? So, because what I'm hearing is, engagement with stakeholders, reviewing, I mean, I think there's engagement with stakeholders. We've had input from stakeholders here at public comment or in our hearing. What would be the turnaround time that you could reasonably come back with refinements to the ordinance? Because ideally, I mean, I think we would like to get this refined as soon as possible. Like, could we turn around and have a couple quick what is the turnaround time that would be feasible based on what we're asking?
It really is going to depend on the feedback from the stakeholders. And so what we can do is we can reach out and meet with them and get their feedback and revise the code and bring it forward. It just depends on how much of a conversation and back and forth that is. But I mean, it wouldn't be January, but I imagine the first quarter.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, because what I see or what I'm sensing is with the amount of work that's done, and I guess it's the breadth and depth of I'm sorry we're so close to the finish line here. It'd be wonderful if we could do it sooner, because what I see is some modifications. We've received a lot of feedback, maybe 1 or 2 touch bases and something that could be brought to us. I would love something in January with this. I feel like I would rather have it sooner than March for sure. It's that important. I'm with Joe. I'm almost like, I'd love to go, but I want to make sure that we are listening to our community at the same time. And this is that important. So sorry for going in a bit of a circle here, but like there is an urgency. As we sell properties, our properties sell, we have more trees that are at risk. So what that depth of input we need is, what is that? I mean, I see it as, we've heard them, maybe as some touch base, but sooner, I would love by the end of January personally, if we were to move with this.
Councilmember File and then Councilmember Baker.
Thank you. I do like Councilmember Shrubnik's friendly amendment. I do hope that when we're talking about partners and stakeholders, we are considering our university partners who do a deep breadth of studies on urban tree forestry and design. I have concerns about limiting tree species and impacting public health environment of our local environment by limiting the biodiversity and that impact on the ecosystems. The science and data is very clear. You can wipe out species by doing that. So I'd really rather move forward tonight and adopt an ordinance and have some amendments come back to us in the future or to the future council to continue that work.
Councilmember Baker.
Yeah, city attorney. Is there a way that we can pass the ordinance tonight with an understanding that we are going to consider incorporating some changes? I understand the importance of getting something on the books. I would really like to get something on the books. But in addition to incorporating Mr. Howard's suggestions, and certainly not all of them. I don't expect all of them, but I would expect some of them to be incorporated because I think some of them are very good. But I also would like to get master builders involved and see if we can't work with them and come to some sort of understanding. And the only way I can think of doing that is to just get something on the books and come back. Can we do that with a one motion tonight?
You added that last part. So big picture, of course, you can adopt the proposed ordinance tonight. And you could, in another motion, because usually when you add two elements, it's difficult, but, and then of course you can direct staff to come back with additional review of a tree ordinance for future amendments. So you have those options. You have options to defer, which I believe was your initial amendment. So you have multitude of options. One caveat, anything that you send back or ask for revisions, of course, is a new look at your code, which will require a public hearing and all the procedures that this ordinance has had.
Yeah, I certainly expect that. The problem is I'm not here. And so there's no way that I can ensure, other than a motion tonight, that this is actually going to happen. Now, future councils can obviously kill a motion that we make, but I would at least try to leave here with some assurance that we are going to get a tree ordinance that we want, that we're not going to be back into here in the next year or two. So if this is something like the city manager brought up the docket, then so be it. But at least somebody's working on this. I think it's important to incorporate these changes. I think it's important to listen to what somebody, a landscape architect, is telling us. I mean, we're not the know-it-all people. We need to listen to input, especially from our citizens. And I just want to see that done. We had some great success with master builders by working with them. And I would like to continue that. We had a very good relationship with master builders. And I don't see any reason that we can't continue to have a great relationship with master builders. So I'd rather we work it out together than it end up in court. Anyway, how can we do that?
We're in the middle of debating an amendment to a motion right now. Ms. Layuk?
Procedurally, it would be better or easier for us with customer service if we did tier 2 as one set of changes instead of adopting tonight, because certain projects will be vested to this one versus the other one. And then we'll have to keep track of which tier 2 certain projects are vested to. So it gets a little complicated.
That is a good point. Speaking for myself on the amendment, just trying to get us back to the amendment. I actually really appreciate Councilmember Baker and Councilmember Shrubnik's motion and amendment here. I think it is important that we make sure we're talking to everybody. And I also think it's really important that we get this right the first time. As much as I hear the urgency for doing something tonight, I also am not getting too much heartburn over waiting until January, February, because I think this is something that, as Councilmember Baker pointed out, I mean, in my time on council, this is like the third time tree ordinances have come up. They're always messy. It's always a lot of work. It's always a lot of back and forth. And it's a heck of a lot easier to get it right the first time rather than have to circle back and do it again. I really would like this to be the last time that we talk about the tree ordinances while I'm on council. As great as they are, it's just a lot of work and gets a lot of feelings going up. So I would prefer, if we could, I would support Councilmember Shrubnik's amendment to Councilmember Baker's motion. Anything else on the amendment to the motion, just to keep us all on track? Okay. Not seeing anything further on that, would the clerk please take the roll?
Can we hear the amendment?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My notes indicate that the amendment is to change Councilmember Baker's motion, which was to ask staff to consider and perhaps incorporate suggestions brought by Mr. Howard related to tree regulations, to consider the input of stakeholders related to tree regulations.
So now that's been read. Would the clerk please take the roll?
On the amendment, Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
No.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes in favor, the amendment holds.
All right, we still have the main motion now in front of us, which is the amended motion. Is there any further discussion on the amended motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion as amended, to ask staff to consider the input of stakeholders related to tree regulations, Councilmember File. Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes in favor, the motion carries.
All right, thank you very much to both of you. Appreciate all your work. I know it's been a lot. I know that it's a bit of a letdown for not to get past tonight. Thank you though for your work. Next on the agenda, proposed ordinance 23-0599, Public Works Operations Center Bond Issuance presented by City Manager Rob Lindsay, Finance Administration Director Melinda Merrill, Public Works Operations Director Jennifer Gordon, Environmental Services Director Richard Sawyer, DA Davidson and Company Managing Director David Tragesser, and Pacific Law Group Partner Deanna Gregory. Did I miss anybody? Okay, great.
I'm waiting for clerk.
All right, Your Honor, is it okay if I begin? All right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for considering this again. We brought all of this to you 2 weeks ago. And so this is the second reading and hopefully final consideration of this bond issuance ordinance that is before you. A lot of things have fallen into place with your approval leading up to this, including approval of this project in your capital facilities plan last September and the funding plan for it, as well as the increases in the swim fees to help pay for it, and a number of other actions you have taken leading up to this. So this is a big deal, and if this gets approved, then we can keep going forward on building a new Public Works Operations Center, which has been sorely needed for a long time now, and be a great benefit to the residents of our city. With that, I'd like to turn the time over to Jennifer Gordon to take you through this pretty much the same slide deck as 2 weeks ago, but this time maybe a little bit faster.
Yeah, I'll try to make it super quick. So I'm not gonna go over everything on every slide, but just a reminder of where we've been, what we've been doing, and hopefully where we're going. The city of Kenmore started off its own public works operations in 2019. Previously had been with the city of Lake Forest Park since incorporation. Over time, it just didn't really work for us anymore. We attempted to renegotiate the contract with the city of Lake Forest Park to really not come to an agreement, and they gave us notice in May of 2018. We're located on a temporary maintenance yard at what we call the Old Shell property.
And we also operate out of the backside of the post office building, which is about a 1,400 square foot space of office space. We did a comprehensive search that took actually years in the making. We finally settled on a property that was located on 202nd next to Kenmore Middle School. And we purchased that property. After we purchased the property, we moved forward with rezoning the property as a public, semi-public from a residential use. Why do we need a Public Works Operations Center now? Well, we continue to work on a temporary location that is inadequate and too small for us to be efficient and effective and provide the best services we can to the city of Kenmore. We've got increases in population, new programs, and stormwater MPDS permit requirements, as well as taking care of all of our new wonderful capital improvement projects. The space will include area for the maintenance workers to come in, receive their daily work orders, coordinate work, and come in and do their daily logs. We'll also have a water quality testing lab and equipment, lunchroom and kitchen, locker rooms, meeting space, equipment storage space. It will also serve as offices for the environmental services team, the parks and recreation, and administrative support staff. We are currently in design and permitting phase. We hope to finalize design and obtain the permits in 2024 and put the project out to bid the second half of 2024. The longer this takes, we'll probably end up pushing that out a little bit more. But we hope to begin construction in 2025 and have a complete, ready to move in building in 2026. We proposed a phased approach to council first in July of this last year. Instead of building out the entire site, we are going to just develop 2/3 of the site, construct one operations building, and we hope to include as many environmental elements as possible. If we can't include them in installation, we'll be trying to have them ready to accept those EV charging stations or solar panels. We are sacrificing some things by not building the entire site out right now. We will not be able to build the shops building or vehicle storage bays. So we will continue to use the containers that we have on our temporary site. We'll move those, relocate those to the new property. Full build out of the solar panels. We will not be able to execute that in the first phase. Covered material storage, geothermal heating and cooling. We'll install above ground energy efficient heat pumps instead. Smaller operations building, decant facility for filtering out the street sweepings and factor waste. Here again is the proposed phase 1 site plan and shows the shaded areas of where we would actually develop the property. Quick look at what it would look like. It might look inside. And again, some areas where we would look at expanding in the future by adding those operational facilities in the back there. And the next phase after that would be adding a decant station. A couple of conceptual site views. Again, using the topography of the land to try to build into the hillside and maintain all of those large, wonderful trees. Elevation view. As you remember, July 24th is when we presented the reduced phased approach to council, trying to cut cost, reduce the size of the development, and sorry, I just lost track of my thoughts here. The city council supported that phased approach presentation and we move forward with proposing the funding plan. September 11th, the council adopted the Facilities Capital Improvement Plan, which included the Public Works Operations Center project and funding plan that included a bond issue to be repaid with surface water utility revenue and REIT revenue. November 20th, the council adopted the new surface water utility rates, which included funding for the Public Works Operations Center and the presentation and discussion of the first reading of the bond measure. And here we are on December 4th, back to present you the bond ordinance and ask for adoption. As you know, the going in-house was long overdue. We increased our service level by, I mean, it's just a night and day difference. And I think you can all agree with me on that. The Public Works Operations Center is essential for serving our residents and maintaining our infrastructure. Our current site is very inadequate. And with all of the increases of new infrastructure that we've just recently finished, increase of service requests, requirements, et cetera, there is a great need for the Public Works Operations Center. Complies with it, the phase approach complies with the direction given last year to cut project costs. Takes a prudent approach to build only the first phase, sacrifices some project elements, includes some climate and earth-friendly components, and takes a long view approach, and this site will serve the city for generations to come. My last slide here is just to remind you that our public works folks touch everybody that comes into Kenmore, everybody that lives in Kenmore, everybody that goes to school in Kenmore, everybody passes through Kenmore, works in Kenmore, and all of the others that I missed. I think that, you know, it's just really, it's a core service, and we need to be able to provide the service to the community. And with that, I'm going to pass it on to the.
Well, yeah, I don't need to go into this in detail. It's been covered a lot over the last few months, but here's how here's the project budget, and we're having a couple of proposed bid alternates if you know, when we do go out to bid for it, in case the budget comes in under. And you go to the next slide. And this covers the funding strategies we've talked about quite a bit. Next slide. This is a slide about the real estate excise tax and how that works and how a portion of it's going to be used for the project. Surface water utility fees and a portion of the increase in the surface water fees will go to help pay for the Public Works Operations Center.
And then this slide you've seen before as well. It shows our funding sources for the Public Works Operations Center. It includes currently the low interest loan we have, the Banner Bank loan we have, and then what we're proposing, which is the LTGO at $12,575,000. So what are the parameters for these bonds? As mentioned before, we would like to have close and delivery to occur by December 2024. The bonds are limited tax general obligation bonds, which are backed by the city's full faith and credit and are issued within the city's non-voted debt limitation. Maximum amount to be issued is not more than 12.8 million. And then the borrowing cost may not exceed 6.5% without seeking additional authorization from council. And now I'd like to introduce again Dave Trageser, who's the Managing Director for D.A. Davidson, and he's going to go over these slides.
Thank you, Director Merrill. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dave Trageser, Managing Director. with the Seattle office of DA Davidson. We act as your bond underwriter. I've been asked to give you a little history of the bond market and talk about this proposed bond issue. And as noted on this slide, this is a 20-year history of tax exempt bond rates. And we hit all-time lows back in the pandemic a few years ago. And since then, we've seen rising rates. However, in the last month and a half, which are only slightly reflected on this sheet, is that interest rates have declined about 0.3%. Next slide, please. As Director Merrill indicated, our goal is to provide $12.57 million to the project fund at closing. That closing would not occur until approximately June of next year. The city is a very strong credit in the bond markets, which has a AAA bond rating, the highest rating available. One of a small number of municipalities in the state that has that. That will allow us to market bonds at low fixed rates when they're priced later in May. We expect the bonds to be sold at a premium, and so the actual par amount of the bonds will be less than $12.5 million. This page shows the estimated annual debt service schedule for the bonds based on rates of a couple weeks ago, which are conservative. As you can see, the city would make a half payment next year in 2024, and then a level annual payment of about $962,000 each year through 12/1/43. When we ran these numbers, the true interest cost was estimated at 4.21%. But as I mentioned, rates have come down since that time by about 0.3%. However, please keep in mind that interest rates are not locked in until bonds are priced, which is currently scheduled for May. This is our tentative financing schedule for the bonds. With your consideration and approval tonight, that gives us full authority to move forward with the bond issue. We'd be working with Bond and Disclosure Council, which you'll hear from soon, to put together the bond package, go through due diligence, prepare the official statement, go back to Standard & Poor's to get a bond rating. And once the rating is released, provide that official statement to prospective investors. And then, as noted on the second to the last item there, set the final interest rates on May 18th and approve a bond purchase contract and commit to the delivery and closing of the bond issue the first part of June. And on that date, the city has wire transferred the $12.5 million and invest those proceeds over the construction of the project. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have about the bond market or the process.
Any questions on the bond market or the process? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Dave. So next ups, we're here before you tonight for adoption of the ordinance to provide delegation of authority to issue the bonds. As Dave mentioned, staff will work with Dave as well as with Deanna Gregory, who's with Pacifica Law Group as our bond counsel. And she is here as well, and I'd like to allow her an opportunity to speak to council.
Thank you. Good evening. I think it's pretty much been covered. Just to reiterate one more time, the ordinance before you tonight is the only official action that this council will be asked to take with respect to authorizing the issuance and delivery of these bonds, so long as, and that's a big so long as footnote there, the final terms of the bonds fit within those delegated parameters. If for some reason the market goes sideways, or if things have changed to the point where that the bonds cannot be sold within those parameters, we will most definitely come back to council and for your additional consideration and approval at that time. But tonight is the only night that you'll be considering official action with respect to the bonds. I think everything else has pretty much been covered, but I am more than happy to answer questions if you have any on the ordinance or any other part of the bond issuance process.
Any questions? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you so much, Deanna. So that is all for the presentation, and we are here for any further questions you may have for this group.
Questions, comments? Okay, seeing no questions or comments, the chair will entertain a motion to approve proposed ordinance number 23-0599, Public Works Operations Center bond issuance.
I would like to move the approval of ordinance number 23-0599, Public Works Operations Center bond issuance.
Seconded, Councilmember File.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Shrubnik?
I just want to express that I really appreciate all the work that's gone into bringing the costs down. Nevertheless, I continue to be, and I've said this repeatedly and I'll say it again, concerned that once again we are going to go into debt. And in the past, former council members and others have noted correctly that we had a pay-as-you-go policy, and I would have preferred that we would have stuck with that and figured out a way to do this in a phased approach that would have allowed us to pay as you go. So I will, and that's why I just wanted to explain why I'm actually going to vote against this motion.
Any further discussion? All right, seeing none. Clerk, please take the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion to adopt ordinance number 23-0599, providing for delegation of authority to issue bonds for the Public Works Operations Center, Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
No.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes in favor, the motion carries and the ordinance is adopted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last item on the business agenda, proposed resolution number 23-408, updating council rules and procedures, adding section 2.4 related to virtual public comment and section 2.6 related to the consent agenda presented by City Clerk Anastasia Warhol and City Attorney Don Rayton.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for letting me stand after a long segment of sitting. This is perfect height for me. What you have before you is an amendment to your current rules of procedure. It incorporates two new subsections. The first addresses the use of and the qualifying items in a consent agenda. And the second adds a virtual public comment section, which reflects our current practices. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Otherwise, we recommend that you approve the resolution.
Questions, comments? Councilmember Kugler?
I think this makes a lot of sense and is pretty straightforward. I'd like to move that we adopt resolution number 23-408.
I've got
Second.
one question before we get to that, if we could, please. I'm sorry. All right. I just had one thing I needed to ask the clerk before we move to that part. Under consent agenda, a lot of times what we see on the consent agenda is checks being paid. You know, we have the list of checks. Does that fall under one of the categories that's listed under 2.6.1? Because I'm not quite seeing a place where check approval would fall under there, and that's one of the most regular things we see on consent.
I suppose you could consider the use of the word contract, and that would be part of it. Procurements or contracts, vouchers. We can also add that. You can make an amendment to make it very specific, voucher approval requests. And Dawn has comments.
Yeah.
My comment, if there was a category, I would have said it was under procedural matters. However, I think it is probably a good idea just to really clarify and put that as a new bullet point.
Okay. Well, then I'll pass it back to Councilmember Kugler. I apologize. You made a.
That's okay. I'm moving that we adopt resolution number 23-408.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. I'd like to make a motion to amend 2.6.1 to add in payments of vouchers.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, and a second on an amendment. Is there any discussion on my amendment? Councilor Marshall?
It's a real good idea because otherwise we take a heck of a lot of time.
Okay. Any further discussion on that? All right, seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on the amendment?
On the amendment, Councilmember File,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes. That brings us back to our main motion to adopt resolution 23-408. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt.
Oh, sorry. Councilmember Files' hand was up. I apologize.
Thank you. I'd like to recommend a friendly amendment to the motion so that line 2334, this one says it is a time for members of the public to speak on any topic of their choice. We sometimes see and often are seeing a hijacking of the meetings with off the topic discussion or comments. I'd like to recommend that the comments be related to an item on the agenda.
So your memo would say it's time for members of the public to speak on any topic on the agenda?
Of their choice really on the agenda, yeah.
Okay. Is there a second to Councilmember Files' motion? I'll second for discussion because I think it's worth having a discussion around. Councilor Marshall?
Yes, I definitely appreciate the sentiment, but there might be items that aren't on the agenda that people would like to bring to our attention for a future agenda, for instance. And then also secondly, I want to make sure that the city attorney could weigh in that we aren't infringing on First Amendment rights, no matter how reprehensible the view.
City attorney?
Thank you. The amendment to limit the topics, while practiced by many other cities and potentially constitutional in 1971 because of a footnote in a Supreme Court case, there's no cases nowadays that I could rely on to say that would be defensible. But I think more operational is how would you referee that? It's difficult to referee and bring people back to the agenda when there's so much on the agenda. So just more operational, but there is a slight concern for the legality.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
On the amendment to change section 2.3.3.5 to read it is not 2.3.3.4, it is a time for members of the public to speak on any topic of their choice on the agenda. Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
No.
Councilmember Kugler.
No.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
No.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
With enough votes against, the amendment does not stand.
I think you skipped over the
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
No.
Thank you.
All right, we're back to the main motion now. Is there any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll on the main motion?
On the motion to adopt resolution number 23-408 as amended, Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
With enough votes in favor, the resolution is adopted.
I want to really thank the clerk's office for really stepping up after everything that happened a month or so ago and jumping into an area that they weren't expecting to work on and really grabbing the bull by the horns and coming back with some great work. So thank you very much. Staff report.
Just a point of order.
Yes. Councilmember
Um,
File.
Yes, I am present and I vote in favor of the last motion.
Oh, I apologize. I apologize.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we make sure that's reflected in the records? Okay, yeah, the clerk is nodding her head. Staff report.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, councilmember reports and comments. Councilmember Baker.
I have nothing.
Councilmember Marshall.
I hope everyone will join me in congratulating and celebrating Quentin Moore, who I understand, caught the last touchdown in the Pac-12 history in this last game between the Huskies and Oregon. And of course, he is an Inglemoor High School Viking. Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have anything to report tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Nothing to add.
Councilmember File.
Yes, thank you. I had a lovely visit at the Senior Center in Kenmore here just a couple weeks ago, and they have some needs. So this is a difficult time for seniors in our community, and they could use food donations to their pantry, especially low sodium and plant-based options. And so if our community has the bandwidth to do so, donations can be dropped off at the Kenmore Senior Center. And other than that, I'm just really thrilled. Tonight was an exciting night to see a great advancement in Kenmore's history on workforce housing. So I'm very thrilled. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Nothing, thank you.
I was hoping you had 3 seconds worth of something to say while I could get my mouth from being full. A couple of quick things. One, I attended a meeting of local mobile home residents on Saturday, I think it was. Had a good conversation with them, heard some of their concerns and reassured them that the parks over, that the senior parks were protected in perpetuity, because there's been some concerns about that. But a good discussion overall there. It sounds like they're dealing with some tough issues with their property owners. Things are happening over there. Second, I received a request from North Shore School District legislative chair, cast. They are, as you have all heard by now, the school district is in some fairly dire straits financially. Other cities have added support for K-12 funding onto their, I know for a fact, like Woodinville added K-12 funding onto the legislative agenda. City of Bothell, I believe, is going to be writing a letter for them to bring with them as they do their legislative lobbying in the upcoming session. I told Commissioner Cast or Director Cast that I would make a request or that I would ask all of you if there are any objections to, me writing a letter on behalf of the city just in support of their funding requests. Is there any objections to that? I might need some help. Councilmember File?
No objection.
All right. I might need some help writing that, but that's good to know. All right, thank you. I don't have anything else. So with nothing more to come before us, Kenmore City Council is adjourned.